All right, all right. Hey, folks. Thanks for joining the inaugural stream of the late shift. I'm I've been in a rush all day to try to get everything set up and ready to go. Let's see if we got some new folks here that have joined since I've looked at the chat. Welcome, Brant. Cooley, good to see you, buddy. Kyle, thanks for joining, man. Kyle's got the muscle, he's got the wrench, so he'll keep all you guys in order. All right. So, like I said, I've been trying to build out all the parts and pieces here that are necessary to pull off a live stream. And I've got most of the way there, so you guys are going to have to bear with me in some areas. There are some rough patches. We'll just leave it that. We'll leave it at that. The Southern Ham, great to be here. Great to have you here. I'm really hoping this turns out to be a lot of fun for folks. We don't have many late night stream options, so I've got my big can of Ghost, so I'm in it for the long haul. So I hope you guys are charged up and awake. Only on the left channel, you say. Let me see here. Let me see if I've got a way to handle that. It looks like I can see why you would say that. Now I've got to figure out how and why. Let's see here. All right, do we have... Leave it to Kyle to find the audio issue. Let's see here. I don't see a problem. Let me see. I mean, I can see where... Here, let me check the EQ. That looks good. Everything looks good. All right. Yeah, we might just have to roll with it, or I'll try to find a place to clean it up when we get a chance. Ziggy, thanks for joining the stream. Good to see you, buddy. Eric, nice to see you. Thanks for joining. All right, let's see. Gray Man, good to see you. Yeah, I'm not sure what that's all about here, but we'll try to figure it out. Hopefully we'll be here for a little while. All right, let's see some housekeeping things. Again, thanks everyone for joining. Welcome. I'm hoping this is something that the community enjoys, gets something out of, and it's something that we can do on the regular on a Friday night. Yeah, send it. That's what we're getting tonight. One channel of audio. Can you handle it? Hey, Bill. Thanks for joining, man. All right, let's see. Yeah, like I said, this is kind of the inaugural stream. This is the first one. You know, we've got the guys on the East Coast, right? This is for the insomniacs. Those guys, it's a little later for them. The guys on the West Coast, they're probably just getting home, getting some dinner, right? They probably miss a lot of those 7 o'clock streams, so hopefully this is a better time for those guys. And then for all of us in the middle who wonder why the sidewalks roll up on ham radio live streaming by 8 o'clock or something like that, this is for you guys. So, hey Tilo, glad to see you were able to get in there. Thank you. Let's see what else. Just some other things to mention real quick. Again, this is going to start at 9 weekly, hopefully, if we have enough interest. And we're going to go for as long as you guys are interested. And to that end, you know, again, I want this to be something that really fits a need. So if you guys are on my community list, you would have received an email today, and part of that email says, hey, watch the stream and then give me some feedback. So I am really looking forward to that feedback. Let me just put that community list up there. If you guys aren't already on the community list, go ahead and join that. I don't spam on the email front. I think I've done, you know, maybe one every 2 or 3 months, so it's not a lot of emails. Now I might do a little bit more with some regular streaming going on. I might send out some reminders, some of those things, but I'm certainly not going to spam you. So get signed up for that community list. I guess while I'm doing the lists, I've also got another one to throw out there for you guys, and this is my link tree, my list of links that includes everything from merch. If you guys like the Satellite Hunter t-shirts, I've got Satellite Hunter t-shirts out there. I've got Digital Rancher t-shirts out there. But that's where you'll also find all of my coupon codes, all of my discount codes, all of my affiliate links. You'll also find some links to some of my favorite Amazon items. You can get to my Amazon store there. So all those things that help put gas in the tank for the channel, you can find them out there. I've also, speaking of putting gas in the tank for the channel, I also have, you know, things like super chats and super stickers turned on. I turned on some membership stuff, still playing around with that, trying to figure out the best way to handle that. I also have a Buy Me a Coffee out there. What I've done with the channel memberships is I've tried to make the channel memberships and the Buy Me a Coffee stuff equal from the standpoint of, if you're a Buy Me a Coffee coffee member, you know, I think everyone understands that YouTube puts their tax on everything that goes through YouTube. So those YouTube prices are going to be a little bit higher than the equivalent on the Buy Me a Coffee side. That's to account for that tax. But if you sign up through YouTube, which I understand that's convenient for some folks, right, just to have one way to support your creators, you also get a subscription to the Buy Me a Coffee. So I kind of put them together there so you get double the value. So I've got all those things out there. If that's something that interests you guys, if you want to support the channel, it would be much appreciated. But just showing up supports the channel. Just hitting the like, just subscribing, sharing it with your friends, that all puts gas in the tank too. So I appreciate all you folks who do that. All right, let's see. What else do I have here I want to talk about? Let me see if we've got any new folks here in the chat. All right, I think we can probably move on to the first segment here. All right, so I'm calling this first segment This and That. These are just various things that I've seen over the course of the week, things that I think are worthwhile to share for whatever reason. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of these things. All right, first off, I want to send a shout out to Grace, Kilo 8 Lima Golf. Grace just completed her Gridmaster Award. She's number 73, which that's pretty cool. But she's also the third generation in her family to obtain the Gridmaster Award, and she's the first under 21. So there's all kinds of stuff going on in this little announcement here. You know, you guys may recognize Grace also from being the Young Ham of the Year last year. So, yeah, Grace is doing great things out there. She's a great operator as well. She always sounds great on the birds. She, you can tell that she's made a ton of contacts. So congratulations, Grace. Great job. And can't wait to see what's next on her list of accomplishments. So I thought that was pretty cool this week. Just another quick shout out here for all of you folks that are looking for the T1000E, the Seed Studio tracker. Those things are back in stock in the US. So you can place your order through the Seed Studio website. You can select that you want to make your purchase from the US warehouse, and that will get to you a little bit quicker. So wanted to call that out. That's such a popular device. I do have a coupon code in the description to get you 10% off. So if that's something you're interested in, you can click on that and get your hands on one of those hot T1000s pretty quickly. Another announcement I thought was pretty cool is the T-Deck Pro now has the support for the latest Meshtastic graphical, the graphical interface for that. So I thought that was pretty cool. If that's something you guys were waiting for, this is a LilyGo device. And as you might imagine, I happen to have an affiliate code for that as well. So you'll find that in the description if that's a device that you're looking for. They're around 85 bucks or so. Pretty cool device, and especially cool now that you get the best interface from Meshtastic on there. Let's see what else we got out here. Paul, thanks for joining. Hey, there's a super chat out there, and a question. That's a great way to get your question addressed. Can the IC2730 work SO125? Downlink is 436,666. I don't see why it could not. That's an FM bird, so you're okay there. I feel like this is a trick question though, Rob. I feel like this is a trick question. My initial reaction is yes, but I'm going to have to, I'm going to write that down just to, it feels like there's more to that I might be missing. But otherwise, I would say yes. Who else has joined us out there? Thank you, Rob, for the super chat, by the way. First super chat on a live stream. So you've got that distinction. Congratulations and thank you. All right, let's see. Any other folks out there? Yeah, good to go. Okay, great. Thanks, Eric. I couldn't see why it would be a problem, but it felt like a trick question there. So thanks for the confirmation. That'll allow me to cross that off my list. And Rob, there you go. Hey, we've got a great community here, so it's a great place to ask your questions for sure. Prep Ham Paul, look at you, man. Hey, look at that. 5 gift memberships. Thanks, Paul. That's fantastic. Brant, Bill, Cooley. Paul, you got one for yourself. I mean, that's got to be good, right? And Tim, very good. Let's see. What's Grayman got for us here? Published frequency ranges for the 2730. 375 to 550. Yeah, so we're in good shape there. All right. Hey, thanks, Paul. I appreciate that. That's fantastic. All right. Now, for you folks who got gift memberships, at the end of the stream, I will do the voodoo that I need to do to get you guys access to the Buy Me a Coffee site too. So if you run out there and try to check it right now, it ain't gonna work. But it will after the stream ends. And hey, look at that. We got some new icons out there. So hey, that looks fun. Good deal. All right, Paul, that was awesome. Thank you. All right, back to my little this and that list. Look at this. I mean, James, so this is a quirky QRP, big surprise. James always has the coolest stuff. I thought this was especially cool. Couple of reasons. It looks great. Yeah, obviously it looks great. Everything James does looks great. That's such a cool face. And of course, he's got several other faces, uh, several other options as well. But the other thing that I was really impressed with is that's a stainless steel case, that's a stainless steel band, and that's a Seiko watch movement. So quality stuff all around. And are you ready for this? 40 bucks, $39. Stainless steel watch, stainless steel or band and case, and a Seiko watch movement for 40 bucks. That is fantastic. Very swatchy. Yeah, he's got, like I said, he's got some other faces out there. Go check him out. He's also got some different style bands, right? He's got some leather bands and stuff. And there's also different variations of this stainless steel band. There's a chrome one, there's a gold one, there's the black one, right? So you have some different options. But 40 bucks. Great job. Great job. I can't wait to get my hands on one of those myself. Bill, super chat 308. ICW and SSB all the time. Why am I scared of SAT? You know, it's just a different type of mic fright. Dude, you are more than capable. I think you just have to give it a try. You just have to get over the hump. It's like everything else. Says the guy who has CW fright, right? So, is James here in the chat? I saw Eric reaching out to him. I hadn't seen him quite yet, but if we do see him, we'll have to make sure we ask that question. All right, I've got one more item here in the this and that segment, and this is a shout out first to Ham Radio Basics. I caught this on his X feed, and I missed this. I did not realize this, that I think it was on the 21st, Icom gave us a firmware for the IC705, but not only the 705, but they gave us a firmware for the 9700 as well. So if you have either of those radios, I lost my chat. Let me grab that back here. If you have either of those radios, I want you guys to be aware of that. There is a little bit of a hitch there, though. You will not find that firmware on the US site. Right, let me show you what I mean here. All right, if we go to the Icom America site, and you're on the 9700 page, for example, and you go down here and you're looking for the firmware, you can see it's dated 2021. Well, that's not going to help us, right? But if you go to the Icon Japan site, and I think I'm clipping, yeah, I'm clipping out. You guys can't see the address bar, but you can see the little Japan logo up here. But if we go to the Icom Japan site, here you can see version 1.5 that was just released on 8/21. So this is where you got to come get that. And then you also want to make sure you grab the updated programming software. If you see that up here, that was also released at the same time. So same case here with the 705. You've got to be on the Japan site, and you know, couple valuable changes here, I think. So looks like we're handling repeaters a little bit better. The near repeater search function got some improved picture sharing. I don't know how many people do that, but there you go. I thought this was great though. Support for micro SDXC cards up to 256 gigabit. You know what it supports today? Prior to this, 32 gigabit, believe it or not. So they've greatly increased the size of card that you can use. But of course, just like other times, using a micro SD card in one of these devices, you've got to format it in the transceiver. All right. So that's my this and that. Let's see here. What am I missing from the chat? Morning, VK4, GEO. Darren, thanks for joining. Let's see. I have an early 90s Swatch. I think that's probably, I don't know. I always thought Swatches were really cheesy, really cheap. It sounds like an accomplishment to have one from the 90s. I'm curious though, maybe that's, I never had a Swatch, so I don't know if they were cheesy or they just look cheesy. I'd be curious to see how you feel about that, Night Cry. Chris, thanks for joining. Nice to see you out there. Justin, nice to see you out there as well. Followed your discount link for Seed. There's no 10% off. There's just a code I can, is there just a code I can enter? That should do it for you. But yes, I do have a code as well. Let me grab that for you real quick here. Real quick being a relative term right now. Let me see if I can find that. Well, I tell you what, if you go to the bitsy/dr site, here, let me put that back up here for you. If you go out to the bitsy/dr, there is a listing of that code that you can use. But thanks for letting me know that's no longer working. I've not had anyone point that out to me, so thanks for letting me know. But you'll find the discount code out there. Actually, you got me wondering now. You got me wondering. Let me just check real quick. We can look at it here real quick. We've got all night, right? That's the nice thing. All right, let's see. Let's see. Right there you go. There's a discount code for you. If the link itself is not working and not populating that for you, right there's your discount code. All right, glad we were able to take care of that right away. All right, let me get back to my chat. All right. Dave, good to see you, buddy. You know, we start talking Seed and all of a sudden Dave shows up. Funny how that works. It's good to have you here. All right. I had a few people reach out to me asking if I need some help with my very first stream in the series here, which I really appreciate. Dave was one of those guys. Kyle was one of those guys as well. And I had to sheepishly admit that I still had not built out a scene, which is, you know, kind of streaming software lingo. I had not built out a scene for a guest yet. So I tried to hustle around and get that done. And maybe we'll try to get somebody added to the stream here in just a little bit. Let's see here. Gray Man, you might be having other issues with that site. I couldn't get to a shirt either. Well, daggone it. I didn't know this was going to turn into troubleshooting Robert's crap here tonight. Let's take a look at that and see if I'm having the same issue. All right, I'm just going to pick one. Yeah, look at that. Something went wrong. Well, how about that? Gray Man, you get a star here as well. Thanks for pointing that out. I'll take a look at that after stream, and we'll get that thing squared away. Much appreciated. All right. What else do we have? It's a good thing I've got chat here tonight. Let's see. Swatch was all the rave. So were those things quality or were they crap? I mean, they always look cool, but they always looked super cheap, so I just wasn't sure. I never had one. Let's see. See if I missed anything out there. Dave says, make sure when they use the code, no spaces and use a PC. And Dave would know. Thank you, Dave. Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, Gray Man, I'll have to check that out. You know, I think I know what that is. So, um, you know, trying to sell t-shirts is pretty new for me as well. And I had just set up some of that stuff with PayPal. And I remember them sending me a note early this morning that said, hey, we need some more information from you so that we can keep selling your stuff on our site. And I didn't have a chance to look at that. So they may have put the kibosh on me. I mean, I've already sold like 10 shirts through there, so I don't know if I hit some limit or they all of a sudden think I'm a gangster or something. But I'll check that out. All right. Freddie Mac. Hey, Freddie, thanks for joining. Appreciate it, buddy. Good to see you. There's a mesh question up there. Okay. Do you know anything about LilyGo T3S3? Someone was handing them out at my club's meeting last night. I don't know what that is. I do not know. Let's take a look. This is going to be something we're going to talk about real soon. All right, what did we say? That was a LilyGo T3S3. What in the heck is this? All right. So it's an ESP32. That's good. It's got a LoRa chip, so that's good. That's all good stuff. I see something I don't like already, but it looks like you can choose your frequency, which is good. And it looks like there's a Meshtastic version. And I guess all that means, let's look at the price here. So that's $25.71. And this has the Meshtastic firmware on it, right? So you're getting that Meshtastic tax there. Though this is not bad, right? This is $2, essentially. $2, a little more than $2, right? So $23.65 with the factory firmware, which you can put the Meshtastic firmware on it. But if you want it with the Meshtastic firmware, then you pay just a little bit more for it. And that is part of that topic that we've touched on a while back. I've got a video out there if you guys are interested in learning some more about that. But that's the way Meshtastic has chosen to try to fund their development and their efforts, which conceptually is a great thing. I'm all for it. Those guys do great work. They deserve to be compensated for it. The only thing I worry about is what I've seen happen in some other open source projects where, you know, they start to go in a less than desirable direction, especially when there's so much support for Meshtastic from the community. So, but, you know, I think they've done a stellar job. I think everything they've done to date represents well. It aligns with what they've said they're going to do. So, you know, they're walking the walk, or they're walking the talk that they talked. So that's all good stuff. So if you want to support the Meshtastic effort, you can buy this one with a couple extra dollars added on. Now I said there's something I don't quite like here, and this is from experience with another LilyGo device. I'm not a fan of the SMA on the side of the board, depending on how, you know, depending on the type of case or how you're dealing with this thing. You guys may recall, what was that board called? It's the one that has the it was one of their first ones, one of their early ones. Somebody in the chat will have it. I lost the chat again. But I had one of those, and I broke the SMA connector off it twice. And, of course, that's not cool. So just be aware of the fact if you're going to be putting an antenna on there that could be putting a lot of stress on that. I mean, that is susceptible to that stress. Depending on the case design you're using, may not be a problem. But if you're going to use an antenna, one of those 90-degree antennas that come off that, and then you know, you're bending it 90 degrees, there's a good chance you're going to break that thing before you know it. Brad, nice to see you. Welcome. But you know, the other point there, I think you said people were handing them out. So hey, for free, you can deal with a broken SMA connector. I mean, I resoldered mine twice. All right, let's see. What else is here? Did I miss anything? All right, I think we're ready to move on. Rob, your hand size equals more. Let me, yeah. You have to remember it is an SMA connector, so there is that. All right, Rob's dropping some history on us there. Thanks, Rob. All right. Now, for any of you who may have got the community newsletter today, I hinted that the topic for tonight, let me go ahead and pull this down, that the topic for tonight's segment, this is the main segment. I'm trying to do segments. The late shift downlink is the new evil face of ham radio. So what is that all about? So let's talk about that a little bit. This is why I bring up the AMSAT Live Oscar satellite status page. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this. I know all of you satellite folks out there, you likely are. But this is a key resource for folks who work satellites. And just to give you guys a quick overview of what's going on here. So you've got all these satellites listed here in the left-hand column. You've got dates across the top, and then you've got these grids of different colors. At the top here, you do have a key. So blue is good. That's the transponder or repeater is active. That means somebody has had a good experience with that. Yellow is the satellite's responding, but they only heard telemetry or the beacon. No signal is red, right? Red's bad. Conflicting reports means, hey, we had some reports in that same window where people said it was active, others said it wasn't. So that's why we get the orange. And then the purple one, this is the magic one here for those wanting to talk to astronauts. If you go down to the ISS FM repeater here, and if you would scan across that row, ooh, we got one right there. That means the crew was active, and making contacts on August 24th at 11:16 to 11:30 UTC. So that's how you read this thing, right? And if you hover, you can see who has reported their activities. So here's one person, somebody here was successful, gives their call sign, what grid square they're in, so you know where they are in the world, the date and time that it happened. Okay. And this site allows you to, once you've made a satellite QSO, you come down here and you submit your report. Right now, you only have to do this, right? You might make 3-4 contacts on a satellite. You only have to give one report. But when you give your report, you are now contributing to this resource that all of us as satellite hunters use. So hopefully that makes sense to all you guys. But what I want to point out here is some satellites that appear to be out to lunch. If we take a look at AO123, right, what we want to see is a line of blues. Here we've got all these yellows, oranges, and reds. All right, that's not good. That means nobody has reported being successful making contacts over these several days. That's also the case for AO91, right? Lots of red there. We can see it for FO29. This is a linear satellite. A lot of trouble there. We can see this repeated again and again. Now, we're not going to count the tevels. I think they're still working on dialing in the tevels. So we're just not going to pay attention to these right now. But we've got several satellites out here where people have not been able to make contacts. Right? So what in the heck's going on here? Well, if you guys have been paying attention to things like the Amateur Radio Newsline, some other ham radio news outlets, you may have heard about a new satellite company. Well, they're not a new satellite company. They're a satellite company that's made a new frequency request of the FCC. And this is a company who competes with Starlink, or that's their intention, to compete with Starlink. And so they have a constellation, and I think they're still working on getting their constellation in place. But they've got a constellation of satellites that are intended to provide cellular coverage. So you've got carriers like Verizon and AT&T who have signed up to utilize these satellites to get better cell coverage in, some of those areas of the world where there is no coverage or coverage is really poor, right? And there's a few guys that I've been on some adventures with here over the last year or so that could call out some of those areas, right, where there's just bad cellular coverage. So the concept is great. And, that's Starlink is doing that as well. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Starlink signed up with T-Mobile, right? I think they've got an alliance. And then this AST has an alliance with a couple other providers. So what's the deal here? Why, how does this come into play, and why do we care as amateur radio operators? Well, their command and control frequencies are in the ham space, and they are specifically in the space that is also used by many of our ham radio satellites. And so that is why there was, this call to action to reach out and, provide comment on this request for AST to get access to these frequencies. And they've been provided an experimental license, I believe, is how that's been rolled out. Now, these guys, you know, they're doing Scouts Honor. We're not going to interfere with anything. We're going to be good. We're going to be good constituents here. We're not going to use too much power. We're not going to be stepping on things we shouldn't be stepping on and all the rest. But they've got a little bit of a history. This isn't their first go-round. So they've done this before, and actually in Europe, they got the cease and desist. Their access or their ability to use those frequencies was revoked in Europe because of all of the issues that they were causing. So let me, I think I have some of those actual frequencies here. They've got several frequencies that overlap. Let me see what I've got here. So, trying to find it real quick here. Their frequency allocation overlaps directly with some of these satellites that we're seeing these problems with, right? So, you know, these guys in their Scouts Honor are not doing the thing. I'm just trying to find it here. I'll add some extra detail here to the show description for folks who may be interested. But it's interesting here. So we've got okay, FO29, a downlink of 435.800 and 435 to 435.900 directly aligns with frequency space that AST is using for their command and control. AO 123 and MO 122 also have an overlap. SO 125 also has an overlap. Now, just for context, SO 50 does not have an overlap. And so if we look at SO 50, pretty strong, pretty much blue across the board. We've got a couple of items here, but by and large, blue across the board. And by the way, these guys started some of their command and control operations on the I think it was the 22nd. So between the 22nd and the 29th, we've started seeing all of these cases where pretty reliable satellites are not available for ham radio use. All right, let me see here. I'm going to take a little break there. Let me try to catch up with the chat here. I'm curious, Eric, if you've experienced any of this yourself. Let's see. They were probably the ones blasting SAR on 70 centimeters last year and mucking. They very well could have been. You know, I think, you know, here's the problem that I see. Let me show you guys what I think part of the problem is. This is scary to me. So this is AST. They're a publicly traded company. And here you can see when they were granted that experimental license or that temporary license. So they essentially went from about $5 a share. They had a quick jump to $30, and now they're up in the $50 range. And that's scary to me. Whenever you start seeing that much money being made, that is worrisome. right? So what can we do about it? Well, that's a great question, right? What can we do about it? One of the things we can do about it is we can report our experience, right? If you're a satellite operator and you're trying to make contacts on these birds and you're unable to, it's important to log that information here, right? Come here, log that information, and contribute to that record that demonstrates that there's a problem. I think that's really important. Now, the other thing too, I think we can do, and you know, this is something I go through this every time my ARRL membership runs out. I'm on the fence on if I should renew. So usually when I renew for 3 years. That way I'm locked in for 3 years. I don't have to think about it for 3 years. But not that long ago, I had actually, my membership expired, and, you know, then comes the onslaught of mailers to try to get me to re-up my membership, right? If you guys have been in that situation, you know exactly what I mean, right? It's like, I don't know how much money the ARRL spends on trying to recover a membership, and I'm curious what that looks like in terms of the overall intake from membership dues. But to this point, I've been searching for a reason to renew my membership. And you know, we all love the Teachers Institute, and I donate to that separately. And quite honestly, I don't even really, as crazy as it sounds, I don't even really think about that as the ARRL, right? It is, I know it is, but I don't think about it like that. You know, it's completely funded by donations. So, you know, there's a separation there, and I know where the money goes, and I know the people that are involved in it, and I've seen the good work that they've done. So that is easy. That is a no-brainer, and I contribute to that every opportunity that pops up. But the general ARRL membership is harder to justify sometimes. But for me, this gave me a reason to renew, right? Because when it comes right down to it, the biggest function of the ARRL is protecting our frequencies. And, you know, when you've got a situation like this, I mean, lots of people wrote in, lots of people signed or submitted comments, but you know, when you're going to be fighting these types of profits, right? That's from $5 a share to $50 a share, $60 a share. Somebody's making a lot of money. And anytime there's a lot of money, that always is a cause for concern. So we need somebody who has a vested interest in fighting for these frequencies for us, right? I don't want this to be our reality. I don't want these red bars out here, right? I want blue bars. And right now I feel like there's a battle brewing, and you know, this might be unfair, but this is the face of evil right now in ham radio, right? This is the founder, chairman, and CEO of AST Space Mobile. So this is what I was getting at, right? This is the team here. And look, this is one guy. All these guys are probably somewhat to blame, right? Let's see. Do we have there's a SVP of engineering. Hey, Roy, quit stepping on our frequencies. Come on, buddy. Let's see who out. Dr. Raymond Sedgwick. Come on. Chief Scientist, Space Systems. Get off our frequencies, man. Don't be interfering with our frequencies. Come on, guys. Right? We need these guys to do better. But we need somebody that's going to help us. Somebody that's going to fight the fight because, again, it's what can we do from our shack, right? There's not too much we can do. We can help report the problem, and we can support those folks who can fight the fight for us. All right. Let's see. What do we got here? What's going on in the chat? I'm curious what you guys think of that. Like I said, this feels like the beginning of something brewing, but I'm certainly curious to see how you guys are feeling about that. Let's see. AWRL, so ineffectual. Yeah, I do understand. I get it, right? I mean, like I said, I'm always on the fence whenever it comes time to renew, but I don't know of anybody else. I don't see anybody else out there who can do this. Let's see. They needed to use the amateur band so they could use Baofangs. Yes. Well, the other thing too I had read is their satellites, right? These aren't CubeSats these guys are operating. These things are, if I'm not mistaken, something like 700 kilograms. These are, high power transceivers or transmitters on these satellites. They're big satellites, right? These guys are pushing power. These guys they're not pushing, the microwatts that we're getting out of our CubeSats. All right, let's see. They are the only voice. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it comes down to, Kay. I don't see anybody else out there who can help us. So, that's why I've decided I am going to renew my membership. Let's see here. What just happened here? I seem to have lost my chat. Let's get back here. Let's see if I can reload this and get back in action. There we go. All right. Any other comments there? We hams need to run for Senate and protect the bands. One thing I wanted to do, I just didn't have enough time to, is I wanted to go out and see if any of those guys in the management team for AST, see if any of them are hams, right? Wouldn't it be great if one of them is a ham and they're in QRZ and we've got a way to reach out to them and, let them know directly what's going on. So that's something I'm going to do. I'm going to check that out. James, yeah, that's the way you should think about it. James L8N. James says, I'm a new ham. I just started using more of the frequencies. I don't want to lose anything that I've just got started doing. Or, right, here's the other thing, right? Our hobby is so vast. It's so big. There's so many different rabbit holes to explore. I don't want to lose something that I haven't got to yet, right? Something maybe I won't get to for 5 years. I don't know when I'm going to get down that microwave path, right? I mean, there's those types of considerations as well. Or we can take the CB guy path. You mean the illegal CB guy path and be the strongest signal on the bands. Yeah. Yeah, you're stepping on our bands, man. That's the truth. All right. So, hey, look at that. That brought us to just about an hour. So I was able to ramble on that topic for quite a bit. So thanks for walking along that with me, folks. Um, this is the point in the program where, I'm open to throwing out some other topics and just keep the party going here. Let me see. Is Kyle still out there? You still out there, Kyle? Kyle, you out there? Kyle wanted to, or offered to talk about one of his projects. And if Kyle is still out there, oh, there he is. All right. Kyle, give me just a second. I'm going to see if I can. I'm going to send you something, Kyle. Let me see here. I started hurriedly building a scene. What did I do with it? Did I lose it? The system that I'm using works a little bit different than I think what most people are used to with OBS. So I've got to build out scenes just a little bit differently than others do. All right, so this is that. All right, let's see. Let me figure out how to get this to you, Kyle. Just bear with me, folks. This is the pain of being a new streamer, having to have all this stuff set up. All right, so let's try. I'm going to send you something in Discord, Kyle. I'm going to try to send you something. Let's see if this is, yeah. So I sent you a link, Kyle. If you, I'm also going to send you a password. I don't know if it's going to ask you for a password or not, but I'm sending you one in case it does. And then if you want to try to hit that, we'll see if I can bring you in. All right, so we'll give Kyle a moment to try that. Oh, he's got to get down to his PC. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Meshtastic question. Will public nodes not set up with the private network still rebroadcast private network messages? You're getting a password file. Yeah. So I understand the answer to this to be yes, but I also know there is a situation where that's not the case, and that's what I'm hesitating on. Generally speaking, yes. But you can either you can choose not to do that, or, well, I'm assuming Nightcry that it's using the same mode. But even on the same frequency, Jeff, I believe there is a way. Okay, let's see. Dave's jumping into if you're private on a different frequency, no. But I think even on the same frequency, I think there is a way to turn that off. if it's a private channel. Okay. I don't know if you guys have been paying close attention, but the Android, and I'm curious for you iOS users out there, the Android app has been improving by leaps and bounds very, very quickly. There was a period of time where the iOS app was pretty far ahead of the Android app. And, you know, those are two different teams that work on those. Um, and I don't know what's happened, but the Android team has got their butt in gear and they are cranking out some great changes at a great pace. All right, let's see. I thought I saw something from Kyle there. Okay, but I didn't. Oh. I saw Kyle. Okay, let me see. Do I have to let you in maybe? What happens if I click on you? So I see something from Kyle. Guest call in. Okay. I'm trying to figure out how to turn you on, Kyle. I can see you. Caller has made contact. Call's connected. Okay, now let's see. How do I... Maybe I've got to drop you in the scene then. Let me see. I think that should be you in the scene. All right. So clearly not doing something right yet. Let's see. So I've got Kyle. He's green. He says he's connected. Okay, that's good. And 362 is his number. Sorry, you guys are kind of seeing how the sausage is made here just a little bit. Or maybe how the sausage is not made. So maybe this is wrong. That's not it. Not. Let's see. So Kyle, I can see that you're connected. I'm just trying to figure out how to turn you on. I'm going to try a couple things here, see if I can figure you out. Output. This shouldn't be that hard. Let's see. I've got you set up there. That looks fine. It feels like we're so close, Kyle. Have I tried a factory reset? It wouldn't. That's how you know that that's not a AI gray man. That's how you know that's the real deal right there. All right, so I've got Kyle. I'm just trying to figure out what else do I need to do to bring you in. Let's see, video. Looks like your video 0, so I've got the right video. Let's see here. All right, video source. So output 1. You've got to be so close here, Kyle. So close. Let me see. Oh, wait a second. I know what I might be doing wrong. Where is the call? Here's the call. Okay, let me see here. I know, we're so close. All right, let me see here. Okay. Let me make sure that's the password I gave you. Hey, that's it. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. All right. I'm going to send you a different one, Kyle. I think I screwed it up. So I'm going to send you a new link. Sent. And I'm going to drop you a new password. Sent. And let's see if that works better. Hey, I see Kyle. Hold on. Now everybody else can see Kyle. Let me see if I've got audio for Kyle. Kyle, can you talk to us? Oh, okay. I don't hear Kyle yet. All right, what's going on with the audio? So here's the guest call in. I've got the audio turned on. Are you yawning, Kyle? Are you yawning? I still can't hear you, but I can see you yawning. All right, let's see here. So that says I should have you. Let me check one more thing. Thanks for letting me troubleshoot this, gang. All right, let's see here. So we've got Kyle. How about some audio settings? Okay, let's see. That's all good. That's all good. That's all right. Why won't this turn on audio settings? That's odd. All right, let me try. Here's my guest call in. Well, daggone it, come on now. So I've got you turned on. Do you have anything on your, I think that takes you to a little web applet. Does it show your audio is working on your web applet? Oh, you blipped for just a second there. Uh-oh, chat disconnected. All right. Successfully connected. Okay, looks like I'm back. Let's see. Is my internet out? I see you guys chatting. I'm not sure if my video is still working. I don't know if you guys can still hear me. Here, let me check. Kyle looks like he's frozen to me. Oh, there, Kyle's moving again. All right. Let me... Can you hear me, Kyle? Can you hear me? Okay, so you can hear me. Let's see. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you talk? See, I'm not getting you. Can you hear yourself? Okay. Let me see, channel mixer. That looks fine. Man, we're so close. So that all looks fine. I'm not sure what you're pointing at. You're pointing at your microphone, but I'm not sure what that means. I don't know what you're saying. Let's see. So you have both videos. So Gray Man thinks that he's in the right. Oh, I see what you're saying there. All right. So I don't know if that's the case or not, but you're going to make me troubleshoot that. So let me see what I can do about that. Okay. All right, let me look here. Yeah, I don't see, I see the left channel. I don't see anything on the right channel. And I don't know why. Here, let's see. Let me see if I hear it in my own headset. I have my headset. Let me see. Test, test. I got that one. Test, test. See, I've got them on both. Okay, so audio mixer. Let me bring that back up. Visible and mixer. Why am I not seeing? Well, daggone it. It's going to be like one button. So I'm going through and I'm pressing all the buttons right now. Let's see. I don't see anything there. Okay. So you're not... Anything change there? No. Okay. Okay, I'm sending you to the master. Talk to me, Kyle. Nope, nothing. Tank should be able to fix it. Oh, yeah. Isn't that the truth? All right, let's see. So I'm going to jump over here. And I am not seeing any audio coming from Kyle. Are you using a trial license? No, believe it or not. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just not getting any audio from Kyle. This is I'm like a dog with a bone. I'll sit here for an hour till I figure this daggone thing out. And all of a sudden 20 people just drop. Kyle, why don't you try to disconnect and then connect again? Because I'm just not getting anything from you. I'm going to meanwhile go over and see if I can adjust my output in any other way. Okay, Kyle, are you back? He's back, baby. I'm getting good at reading lips. That's a bad thing. All right. He's back, baby. All right. Let's see. So I'm going to look here. All right. So I'm looking at my input. I want to make sure this other channel is not causing us the problem. Okay, that looks fine. Okay. Talk to me, Kyle. Anything? No. He's talking to me, but I'm not hearing him. Okay, let's see here. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. You know, the sad thing is there's just not that much to check. Okay. Now you guys can hear me again. Okay. Oh, let me see. Let me check that real quick. Yeah, that audio is off, which it should be. Okay. Okay. There's a problem here. Let's see. I gotta believe it's on. I gotta believe it's on the call in. Talk to me a second, Kyle. No. I thought I'd turn the on switch off. Kyle, is there audio settings in your end? Yeah, so there's nothing on his end. Let me check again and see if I've got. Okay, audio source. Did that change anything? Talk to me, Kyle. No. Okay, so that should be the master. Kyle, your audio looks, or your video looks fantastic, by the way. You look really spiffy tonight. All right, let's see. Yeah, that looks fine. Let me see. All right, video in, audio in. Okay, so this thing says I'm getting audio in. It says I'm getting audio in. Okay, do I need to turn it on somehow? All right, let's see. So interesting, doesn't seem like anyone got notifications. I'm just trying to watch the chat too. Haven't forgotten you guys. I haven't abandoned you. All right, so according to this, I'm getting audio. So now, why isn't it working? Okay, there's no gain on it. I turn up the gain, doesn't matter. But there's nothing happening. I'm not seeing anything there. Turn the noise gate on and off, nothing. Okay, EQ, nothing. General, channel, separate mono. Talk a little bit. Okay, so that didn't do anything. Okay. Man, I am dumbfounded. I've got you at 100. No settings on my end. Okay. So I've got you as an input. There's a toggle on or off for the audio. I've got you toggled on. And I'm sending you to the master mixer. Okay. So, Hangman. All right, let's see. I'm going to be so excited when this works. I might be the only person here to see it happen, but I'm going to be so excited. Yeah, see, here's the problem is I don't see... This is great. Hey, JB. We're trying to figure out how to get Kyle's scene input on the fly and failing miserably. Look at I love that there's all these people who will relish and revel in this right along with us. You guys are the best. The absolute best. Okay, so I don't see anything in the master. Now, I'm going to turn off my switch. Now I turn it back on, you can hear me. I turn off Kyle, turn him back on. Nothing happens. That's not right. Okay, let me get back and look at the call manager. Okay, that's fine. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. All right. I've got to figure out how to share this. Give me just 1 second, folks. I think I can do this real quick. Right, let's see. I wish you guys could see this. I need you guys to see this. Let's see, where's it at? Okay, that is, let's guess that that's 3. Okay, I'm going to share this with you guys here. Here's my log. Kyle, microphone turned off. Kyle, microphone turned off. You sure you don't have something to turn on there? Kyle says no. Oh, oh. He gave me the finger there. I'm not sure what the finger means. Ooh, look at that. Microphone turned on. Okay, so he's talking to me here. Okay, I've got you turned on. I've got you turned up. I don't know how else to get you in here. So it says you're turned on. Mic turned on. Okay. So we've got the mic turned on, and I see that now in my log. This is fascinating YouTube, isn't it? All right, let's see. You got anything for me, Kyle? You here? Can you talk? Okay, let me see. I just made Kyle really big so he can show off all his beautiful drawings. All right, so okay. What happens if I hit that? Nothing happens. Okay. So we got a big Kyle and no sound. Let's see. Call. You want me to call you? I'll do a Cube said I can't read your writing. All right, let me make sure. Let's see, audio settings. I'm just hitting reset here. Channel all. CubeSat. Oh, he's doing his CubeSat presentation. What are you doing? Oh, nice. Nice. I thought you were going to start doing your update through flashcards. All right, let's see. I'm just checking you again, see if I can find you. I've got him turned up all the way. He's pegged. First, the earth cooled. Oh, it's brutal. It's brutal. But here's the amazing thing. When we started this, we had 39 viewers, and I think there's like 38 now. So everyone's just enthralled. Then came the dinosaurs. Nice. When did the dogs come? Yeah, Don's. You are right. It's a good thing this is not an emergency. Dogs came later. Okay. All right. So I'm not seeing anything in here. I'm telling it to go ahead and mix the audio. Okay. Turn that off just in case it's screwing with something. And there's just not much on here from sound. The most words you've written in 10 years. You mean that you haven't typed? All right, I don't need that anymore. All right, can you guys hear me now? Or now you can hear me, right? Still can't hear Kyle. I see his mouth moving. I've never heard Kyle be this quiet. All right, that doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. Kyle's turned on. Man, I'm befuddled. All right, let's see. Oh, I'm going to try something here. My right channel's gone. All right, I think I'm back. All right, let me get back to here. Lots of words. Lots of words. Now, let's see. Now I can't even, let's see. I'm going to try to get back to the dual scene here. Oh, your headphones. All right. Now, what the heck is going on? The shacking microphone cover. Nice. That's a Huntsville had to be there. Man, I just don't know what it could be here. Okay, let me try something else. Okay, I'm back. Is Kyle stuck? Yeah, Kyle looks like he's frozen. Maybe he's disconnecting and reconnecting. Let me see if I can tell. Yeah, Kyle disconnected. All right. Kyle, I hate to do this to you, but this is just a troubleshooting technique. Oh, Kyle's back. And
can you hear me?
oh my gosh. What'd you do?
I didn't do anything.
No, baloney.
I didn't do anything.
I didn't do anything.
I literally, I got back out and then I closed my browser and I brought my browser back in and so I restarted Chrome and came back in and here we are.
See that, Gray Man? He did a factory reset.
I guess it was on my end. I guess Chrome had crashed and was not, I guess maybe shared my microphone.
That's funny. Well, I mean, I was pulling my hair out. Not that I have much, but I mean, I was going through everything.
I'm sorry.
I could not find it. Hey, but look at this. I mean, I added you on the fly, right? That should have been like a 5-minute thing. I'm pretty impressed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the only thing that I could think of, like I said, Chrome was maybe vMix is a little buggy with Chrome. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I'm here.
Yeah, matters not. I'm using a Chrome derivative, by the way, and all the stuff I'm sharing is through a Chrome derivative, but it might be different for the client. We're going to go with that, Kyle.
Yeah. Hey, just real quick, I'm going to be auctioning off all of my hieroglyphics here. So if you guys want them.
Nice. Nice. That's part of the, first stream.
The fun.
That's memorabilia from the very first late shift stream.
Yes. Yeah. Also, it's a little confusing whenever you go into vMix. You have to, I had to click up at the top and, make sure that I chose the right camera and the microphone, and whenever I think whenever I came in the second time, it didn't ask me to do that. But then there's no way to change it like on the fly.
Oh, once you get
into vMix, yeah, and that, gotcha. And I don't know if it's the same on your screen, but once you get into vMix, like there's no settings or anything where you can change stuff.
Oh my gosh, look at that, Dave. Well, Dave, that's mighty kind of you. And Dave's just thinking, I'm so glad he called on Kyle first and he didn't call on me. That's what he's thinking right there.
I mean, is Dave's hieroglyphics going to be as good as mine? I don't know. Is Dave? Dave, are you a drawer? Can you draw a mean telephone? Don't know.
Hard to say.
Hopefully
we won't have to find out. Hopefully this was growing pains, a one-timer.
Dave,
I always restart my browser first.
Just one-upping me.
All right. Speaking of one-upping, I've got to figure out. I've got a facility to throw stuff on the screen. I just don't know how to use it. So I'm going to play with that a little bit, Kyle, while you are giving us an update on your project.
Yeah. So I got a R100. If you don't know what that is, it is a portable satellite rotator made by WA4 MCM. You can go over to, I think it's WA4 MCM, WA4MCMkits.com is the website. And he has just put together this kit. It is a 3D printed, like industrial 3D printed rotor azimuth. It's got azimuth and elevation, and he's going to do some improvements on it. But he sold, I think, he made 30 of them, and Rob and I got one of the first batches. We had to pay for it. We didn't get it for free. And I think they're around $320 now. So if you take a look at some of the previous portable satellite rotators, they were clunky. Sometimes they worked with some programs, sometimes they worked with others. They just weren't mature enough. This thing is pretty mature. He has got this thing dialed in. And also, you need to be comfortable with putting a kit together. I put it together and screwed it up, and Don had to fix it. And so I got it back, got it working, and it was my fault. Well, it was a switch. It was a bad switch, but I had some other things wrong with it that Don fixed, and got it all working. And
wait.
I have been, yeah.
What were the other things that weren't working?
I had one of the gears was on incorrectly. The azimuth gear was not set correctly. So he redid that, and then there's a very critical part on getting this I'm not even sure what it's called. It's a rotor shaft or something that goes on the elevation arm, and if you get that anything out of 90 degrees, you're going to have problems. And mine was not exactly, but that might have been in shipping whenever I shipped it over to him, that might have shifted, and I didn't screw it down tight. But anyway, there were some things that I gave Don feedback on in his instructions, and he's going to do another version, or if he's probably already done another version. But anyway, the kit is great. If you follow the instructions, you'll have no issues whatsoever.
Cool. Hey, hold on just 1 second.
Yeah, go
ahead. I just saw 45 say he can't hear me at all. So is that 45's problem, or is that is everyone experiencing that? Just in case. You guys can hear me.
Reboot your browser. Oh,
he says really light.
He's really light.
Let me see if I can fix that. Go ahead, Kyle.
Okay, so sounds like Kyle is loud, but Rob is lower. But
totally.
Oh, did you jack? Yeah, did you jack my audio trying to figure out?
I did.
I heard you say that you had my audio
there. I turned
11.
you down just a tad. Okay. Before you start up again, Kyle, Dave, again, thank you. Very generous. Much appreciated. Dell, I said thanks in the chat, but thank you. It's always good to pay your debt, or when you make a bet, to pay your due. So just kidding, but thanks. Appreciate it. All right. Sorry, Kyle. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. So got the kit all put together, and then I was searching for a satellite program, and I had downloaded that Sat32, PC Sat32, and man, that thing, it's tough it's got a huge learning curve. And is there a link or kit to this website? Yes. If you go to just type in Don's call sign, WA4MCM, and you should be able to pull it up. He's got a bunch of kits. Yep. Got it. So that PC Sat32 program, I don't like it. It's very hard. I had to watch 3 or 4 YouTube videos over and over again to figure out how to control the rotor, how to get things to talk to the computer, to talk to the rotor. And then I finally gave up on it. It was not working for me. And then someone else said, oh, you should just use PST Rotator. That's a program, and I'm familiar with PST Rotator. But I'm like, yeah, I know it's got satellites in it, but I don't think it's very mature, and it's got some issues. Well, then somebody, I don't know who it was, somebody said, hey, you should download this program called Skyroof. And I went and took a look. If you Google Skyroof, it's in version 1.20 beta. It's on this guy's GitHub, VE3NEA. And this thing is really cool. It is everything that you would want to see in a satellite program, and then some. It's got, so I don't know if you got, am I able to share my screen?
I don't.
Or is that going to break the matrix here?
That might break the matrix.
Okay.
You can try. I mean, is there an option? Do you have an option?
Yeah, there is.
Well, go for it.
Yeah. Let's see. We'll
see what happens. Hey, look at that.
Oh.
Here, let me make you bigger. Hold on. I think you're showing the wrong screen, but we got some inception going on.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
there you go.
Here we go. Sorry. So let's let me go into this. We can just share this screen. Let me make it a little bit less. Oh my gosh. It's like we've never done before. Okay, how about that?
Yeah, looks good.
Does that look good, guys? Okay. So this is Skyroof, and this is what I've gathered from running this program. It runs on Windows, and so you've got groups, and it's basically for ham radio satellites. It's not for anything else. It's just for ham radio satellites. So you've got this group window over here that you can you got your down arrow, and you can track different satellites. You can turn them on and off. And then transmitter, some satellites have different transmitters. So you can kind of group based on what type of transmitter or what satellite you want to track. But I just keep this with all active ham satellites, and it just kind of tracks all of them. Then up here in this other window, it has the frequency, and it shows you what frequency you should be on. So for the downlink, this one, RS44, 435.641, and it will literally track based on where you are. And whenever you install this program, it's going to ask you what grid you're in. It's going to show you what frequency you should be on. But the cool thing about this program is if you install hamlib tools, this thing will do cat control and rotor control all in one. So the cool thing is, you set this up and you turn cat control on by down here. So you've got all of the things that you can turn on and off. So this guy has got cat receive cat on, or he's got receive cat off, but he's got transmit cat on and his rotator on. So it's actually going to change the frequency for you. And so you don't have to literally do anything. It's going to automatically calculate it, send that to your radio, and change frequency for you, which I think is pretty cool. Then you've got some, I'm not really sure what this RF gain and AF gain is. I guess if you can control that through cat, you can control that through the program here. And then you've got the azimuth and elevation, what the satellite is you're tracking. Then you've got this track button, which is very critical. That turns tracking on and off for the rotator. And then you've got the time here. So in this window here, you've got the satellite group, and it shows you all of the satellites that are going to pass over you or have, within your horizon. So wherever this guy is at, RS-44 is happening now, along with SO-50. FO-29 is in 1 minute. SO-124 is in 15 minutes. So it kind of gives you an overview, and then it also gives you what the max elevation is for each pass. This guy
cool.
over here is really, this guy over here is a waterfall. So you can literally hook this up, pipe your audio into your sound card, and you set the sound card through the settings up here, and it's going to basically give you a waterfall on all of the satellites that you're hearing, and it's also going to mark them on the waterfall where they're coming in at. So if you're tracking like 2 satellites that have a downlink on the 435 or 440 band, you can see which one is active and which one has doesn't have any activity through this waterfall. Then over here you've got the sky view. Yeah, so you got the sky view on where
it's. Sorry to interrupt, but even the interface is just so
modern.
Much better. Than the SAT PC32.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Whenever I saw this, I was like, this is exactly what I'm looking for. This is awesome.
Yeah.
The sky view shows, within the sky how your rotator should be pointed, where the screen is where it's coming from, and then where it's going to, and you can see RS-44 is just west and probably, at it says elevation is at 56 degrees. So, if you were pointing, you'd be pointing, northwest at, 45, 50 degrees. So that's where your antenna should be pointed. Then over here in your satellite transmitter window, it shows you, the frequencies for the beacon, for the audio, the transponder, the FSK, the digital. It's, got everything. Then down here, there? The software looks expensive. It's free. It's free, Ape.
How about that?
You like free. Now, this one thing that Ape, I want to point out for Ape, this requires you to accept that the Earth is round.
Yeah,
that you can, that because this compass right here is round. If this was a square compass, so there's another program that you can download for flat earthers, and it's got a square compass right here. So
nice.
Just wanted to point that out.
Well, this is so much better.
Yeah, it's got the transponders on what the frequencies are, and like literally which ones are active, which ones are not active. Oh, and these colors mean something too. The colors, the light blue means that it's active. The green means that it's not active, or maybe it hasn't been active.
Well, wait a minute.
Then you've got the set.
So you're saying there's green and blue there?
Yeah, there's. Can you see this light blue and this like olive green?
Oh yeah, okay. That looks almost yellow.
Okay,
I thought there were 2 colors in that band of blue, but I'm with you now.
No. Okay, there's like it's like a baby blue on my screen, and it's like an olive green here.
Okay.
And then down here it has the passes, and then it shows the kind of what the elevation is and the azimuth just real quick, for the passes. And then this down here is kind of like I'm not really sure what kind of chart timeline. Time goes across the screen and shows you how far up in the it's an ape. How far up the pass goes, in the sky. And then once you select your satellite over here in the active hamsats, then the whole entire Earth view. Now, again, flat earthers don't be confused. This is a square.
I
This
was gonna
window is a
say, I don't know.
square.
That looks pretty flat.
Yeah, but this highlighted thing here is a sphere now, or is a circle. I would think the flat Earth version of this
Would
program,
be
this is
square
a
as well.
square also.
Yeah,
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 yeah.
that's a good point.
But yeah, I have this thing running on my Evolve laptop, and the programmer has been very receptive to my criticism because this program doesn't scale well with um, low res screens. So for some odd reason, I can get all of these screens in the bottom here on my Evolve laptop, but this top ribbon bar is cut off and this track button was cut off. Well, that's like the
The key.
main
Yeah,
the key thing that you need to have to actually enable your rotator and then start tracking the satellite, and that was cut off. So I emailed into the group. He's got a Google Groups that he maintains, and I emailed into the Google group and I said, "Hey, can you take this track button and kind of put it this drop down or somewhere else?" And he said, "Well, what I'll do is I'll put it down here in this ribbon bar down at the bottom, and that should that should
yeah.
do it." So
So wait, I want to make sure I'm. So this is running in a browser. So you
no,
inst
it's a program.
Oh, it is a program.
It's a program that you install. Yes.
Okay, okay. So it just looks like it's in a browser. You're sharing through a browser. I'm with you now.
Well,
Okay.
no, this is just off of the site, Robert. This is just the
Oh,
home.
gotcha,
This
gotcha.
is just
Okay.
the yeah. Let me get out of this. Um, yeah. So
Does
I just took this and made it bigger.
I see.
Does that make
Gotcha.
sense?
Yep. Yeah, I'm with you now. Sky
So
roof. That's pretty slick. I'm gonna write that
yeah,
down.
and then
I'm gonna play with that.
yeah. So then what you do? It's a little kludgy because you have to install HamLib, your lib
Yep.
tools.
But you
Ham
probably
lib
already have that installed for something else.
could be. Yep. So I just went down there and installed 4.6.3, and then this installs into your program directory.
Okay,
And
so it's Windows
did I?
only.
It's Windows only. Yep. So let me see if I have program files, hamlib. I don't think I've installed it on this computer here. No, I haven't installed it on this computer. So after you install hamlib, you go into basically it's a command prompt, and then the instructions. Here, let me user guide, setting up, and let's just do rotor control because most of us are probably going to do rotor control. So you come down here to program files, hamlib, and then you run this ROT rotor, this rotor daemon, and you can do a tac L, and it will give you all of the rotor configurations that it supports.
Gotcha.
And the one that you want is the Sabra rotor control, and I think that I think that is like number 201 or 20. It's 2701, I think. So what you do is you come up here and you put this into a command prompt, so you can see that this is up here. So you would have tac M 2701. TAC R, your COM port that the PSR 100 is on, and your speed 96. So what you do is you make this shortcut, and then you start this rotor control before you start Skyroof, and then in here, that daemon for hamlib starts, and it's listening on localhost on TCP port 4533, which the program is sending information to, which is then sending information to the rotor, and that's what turns the rotor.
Got it.
So really, there's two pieces of software you need. You need Skyroof, and you need hamlib tools in order for Skyroof to talk to hamlib that really talks to the rotor. Does that make sense?
Yep, it does.
And
Cool.
then there's rig CTLD, which then you can set up to do cat control. So then you would run this command, and then here you'd use TAC L. It would show you all of the radio models, and then if you had a 9700, you use TAC M 3801, which is the identifier for the 9700, what COM port it's on, what speed it is. Then you do the exact same thing. You start this in a command prompt shortcut. You start this before you start Skyroof. Once you start Skyroof, it starts talking on port 4532 to hamlib, which then talks to the radio, and there you've got cat control.
Yep. Yeah,
so
that's I think Grayman said that's some Windows 95 stuff there. That's what it feels like, but
yeah,
it works.
I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to integrate all of the hamlib stuff directly into Skyroof. So I think he has said multiple times on that forum that one of the things that he's going to do is just integrate all of this in. So therefore, it'll be a drop down to say, hey, where's your rotor? What COM port is your rotor on? What type of rotor? What COM port is it on, and what speed it talks to, and it will be all configured all within Skyroof.
Gotcha. Yeah, that'll be nice, right? To hide all of that from the user.
Yeah.
That'll be so much better. So Ape's got a question.
I mean,
will this work with my G90?
Actually, you know what? Let's just do a little experiment here. Let's go back and let's install this real quick, hamlib, and let's just go through an exercise here. So let me save this. And
See,
then
you asked the question. Now you're gonna get the answer.
Yeah, so let me install hamlib here. Yes, I want to continue. I agree.
I'm not so sure.
Next.
Ape really wanted this answer, but he's getting it. I love it.
Okay, so I just installed hamlib. So now let's do a command. And now let me come over here. Can you see my command prompt?
I do not see your command prompt.
You don't?
No.
Let's see. Oh, hang on. Like, how do I stop? Hang on. Let me toggle screen sharing. Open settings. Nope. Cancel. Let's see. How do I
Does it make
stop?
you choose an app, or is it?
Yeah, but I want to stop screen sharing. How do I do this? How do I stop screen sharing? Huh.
It's not
Let's
obvious,
see.
huh?
It's not obvious, no. Let's see.
Hey, Eric, I
really
saw
sure.
you make a comment that you couldn't hear me. Is that still the case? Maybe you left if you couldn't hear.
Oh, hang on.
Dell. That's not nice. Uh-oh. I think he may have wanted to reconnect. Did you disconnect and reconnect?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
So let me, let's see. Oh, now it's not giving me the option to share my screen. Why is this not? Can you hear me? Oh, I can't hear you. Hang on.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm monkeying with my audio because Eric says I'm really low. But yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, it's not giving me the option in my control panel here to share the screen.
I wonder if you reconnected too quickly.
Yeah. Let me go back out. Hang on.
All right, I'm gonna see if I can figure out why I am. Let me see if I can tell here. Audio. Don't seem to be able to change my right channel.
Oh, so you got to click okay. You got to click this link above where you sign in to accept advanced controls.
Okay.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, so let me do
Check. Sorry,
yeah.
I'm blowing out a little too much. Sorry. How about now? There we go. Still too loud,
Okay.
but go ahead.
Okay, so let's get into hamlib here. Man, my computer is really dragging. CD program files, CD ham. Let's see, dir, CD. Let's see.
Oh, you guys got stereo now?
Yeah, now you're really loud.
Okay. Let me try to dial it back. I put on AGC. Let me try. How about that? Still too loud? Seems like it. I'm blaring. Yeah. Let me see. How about now? That's probably good. Okay. Back to the left only. Ah, crazy.
I installed the 32-bit version, so don't do what I did, kids. But we're gonna get through this. So, in the bin directory, there is this thing called rotctld.exe, and then if I do attack L, it's going to give me all of the rotators that it supports. So, one of the rotators should be, let's see. No, it's not in here. Oh, yeah. 2701 hamlib saber track. So you would choose for that dot or tac m would be 2701, and then com 8, and then speed 9600, and then that would be your what you would put on in your shortcut. But then Ape asked for the cat control, right?
Yep.
All right. So he asked for what? The G90?
The G90.
Who makes that?
Zygu, however you say it. Shagu.
Shagu. Let's see if Shagu, the G90
With an
is
X.
in here. Got some mutants in here. Oh, yes.
Look at that.
It is 3088. Ape, you're in business there, buddy. It's supported. Jagu, G90, 3088 is the number you would use. So there you go.
Now the G90, does it do 6 meters or 10 meters? I can't remember.
I don't know.
I know it's HF, but maybe it does 10 meters. I can't recall.
I have no idea.
All right. He really,
all right.
I mean, he was being smart, but we answered his question anyhow.
Yes. I was determined to answer that question just for Ape.
No, that's cool. That is so much better than SAP PC32. Kyle, I didn't know you were a surfer. Look at you.
Yeah, that's me.
You're ripping it up, man.
That's totally me.
Ripping it up. All right.
Is it still sharing?
It is.
Yeah. I don't know how to get me back. I thought I stopped sharing. I don't know what's going on here. I don't.
Well, how's I was monkeying with my audio. Are you guys getting stereo again? I hope you're getting stereo, and hopefully the level's a little better. I've got to figure this thing out. Okay, Gray Man says yes. So bam, I'm counting it figured out. So we're good there.
I'm still stuck on that screen. I don't know what's going on.
What do we got here? Sean saying tonight on late shift, Robert speaks in monophonic. AST kicks our hamsat. And Kyle makes a doodle and Rancher clicks a thing. Yeah, that's a good summary. It's a summary of events so far. It was the AGC. No. I mean, I had it set for mono, but I thought that should send it to both channels. So now I have 2 channels. I mean, I'm still seeing it as a single, but it's coming across on the master as being in both channels. So I've got some more monkeying to do. But as long as it's working for you guys now, that's what matters. Kyle, you might need to drop and come back, maybe.
Yeah, hang on.
Hey, John. Welcome. I hadn't seen you commenting before, so welcome. Let's see. Patrick, I saw you send in a couple comments. Good to see you here. Let's see. We still have people hanging out. That's awesome. People are putting up with all this poor production. So cheers to you guys. Hey, Kyle's back.
I'm here just to say goodbye.
Kyle's checking out. Well, Kyle, thanks for helping us troubleshoot and Thanks for all the doodles.
Yeah.
You know, it's too bad that Google doesn't put the doodles on the search page anymore. Lots
Yeah.
of words. You know, I would think those would be good candidates for the Google search page.
Yeah. Well, you know, one of these days, whenever I'm a silent key, you guys are gonna find these doodles in the house here, and maybe you can auction them off for the ARLTI.
There you go. I think we ought to just add a silent auction to next year's cookout.
It's a bunch of doodles that I've done.
That's it. I'm sure we could come up with all kinds of obscure stream memorabilia. Can you imagine?
You know what I should do is next year, yeah, we'd do a silent auction, and it's just a bunch of stuff in my house that I don't want anymore.
That's kind of what
Mike did.
K-Murder does. He just happens to have some stuff that some radio operators want.
Yeah, but mine's stuff that you guys don't want. That's the problem.
Yeah, Don's got the key. Just frame them, right? Make them look make them look fancy.
Right. Put them in a nice mat, and then yeah.
Hey, Dell.
You know, there's a big
sorry,
art show
Kyle.
here,
I was just doing a quick shout out. Dell, again, thanks for the super chat earlier. Thanks for hanging out. Hey, you made it past midnight. That's what late shift's all about. So well done, man. We'll see you next time. Sorry, Kyle. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say is all of the stuff that I've got that I can give away. It's just random stuff. I don't think it would even sell in a garage sale. You know, it's so random that Goodwill doesn't even take it. They're like, what is this? Get out of here. Get out of here, kid.
Get out of here.
Get back on your shine box.
I don't know, Kyle. If you start breaking out some of those like high school band pictures, like you were sharing, where were we? I don't know. You broke those out. That was
I have a picture whenever I was in college. Whenever I
was
played
college.
in a band.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just look like a baby face. That's all. Look like you were high school.
That was in college.
Hey, I think that thing, you know, you see that iconic Johnny Cash picture, right? There's like, there it is.
There's me sitting behind my piano playing at the Thirsty Turtle
there
at
you
Mizzou.
Go. Right. I think you make a limited edition run of those prints. Just think you could sign them. It would be, they'd fly off the shelf or off the picnic table.
And you know what's crazy is this photo that I have. I think, I don't know when this was. Let's see. This was taken. This was taken probably 4 or 5 months after I got my technician license, to tell you the truth. This photo was taken August, maybe September of 95. And I got my ticket in March of 5. So that was just 2024. Yeah. So, just a yee little lad with his technician license behind a piano.
Yeah. Was that the point? Were you still carrying your license? Hey, I got a license.
Yeah.
You guys want to see my license?
I probably had my license in my billfold, there.
Hey, when you get that thing, right? It's like, hey, you got to carry it.
Yeah. I mean, I had no idea that, I was fully prepared. So whenever the police came, knocking on my door, and it's just like, hey, are you operating this radio illegally? I'll be like, nope, I got my paperwork right here, officer.
Yeah.
And they gave you, so though, if you can remember right, your license, and I'm sure that you can download it and it's got the same thing, but the top part was where you could frame it, but then there was a dotted line where you could cut it,
Right.
and that's what you could
That's
stick
what
in
you
your
could
wallet.
carry. Yeah.
Right, that's your that's your concealed carry permit for your radio.
Too funny.
Yeah. And I also bought that same year. I bought I think it was like the Kenwood V7. It wasn't the V7A because that's the radio that I have now. I bought that a little bit later, but it was like it had this big,
Was it a mobile
head. Yeah, it was a mobile radio, and it was like wasn't the V7A. It was like
well, wait, you've got the V71. Isn't it a 71A?
No. Well, I do. I've got the 71, and that's the one that I use for satellites.
Yep.
Because it's full duplex.
Yeah. Is there a 7A too?
Yeah, I think it's a 7A.
All right. You doing some Googling? We can do some.
Yeah. It was a TM-V7A was my first Kenwood transceiver. Wow. And it was a dual band 440 or 2 meters 440, and I put that on my Ford Ranger, and I thought that I was the shiznit because I could hit a repeater that was 30 miles away.
Nice.
And I would check into the St. Charles County Aries net every Thursday. I'd take my truck after I was done. I was still doing a little bit of cross country with kids from high school, and after cross country, I would drive to the city park and I would check into the St. Charles County Aries net, and they'd be like, you go in and be like, I don't have any traffic. And one day they had some type of question that you had to answer, and I'm like, I don't have any traffic. And they're like, are you not going to answer the question? And I was just like, I don't know what else to say, and I just like clammed up and I turned the radio off. I'm like, all right, I'm done. Oh, I lost Rob.
Am I back?
Back.
That's weird. I got to figure out how I did that. It's a learning curve, no doubt.
Yeah.
Full frontal duplex. Nice.
But after I got this, I bought that 71A, not knowing that it was full duplex, didn't care, and I just kept it, in the arsenal. And then whenever I got interested in satellites, I was looking at the radios that were full duplex that you could do satellites with, and one was the V71A, and I'm like, wait a minute, I got one of those in my basement.
Yeah, that's a great radio.
Yeah, so that's the one I use.
John, your message was too long for my box, but you should get yourself a 2730. There you go. Thanks, Kyle.
Is that full duplex?
Yes. That's what I use. 2730.
Ah, gotcha.
Now he's talking about the B version. I've got one of those as well. I bought that to put in my truck, but I'm thinking I want that 5200 in my truck instead.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that might become still in the box. I've got, I still have a big giveaway brewing. I was planning to do that this spring, and then summer happened and a bunch of other things happened here, and that got waylaid. But this fall, I think maybe I'm going to do it as a 5,000 sub celebration.
Oh,
So
nice.
yeah, just almost to 4,000 right now. I think with a big push, maybe get there before Christmas and give away some radios and some other good stuff.
Yeah. Does that did you give away the thing that I gave you, or
No,
is that still in the yard?
yeah, that's what I was saying, right? That was so I've collected all this stuff for a giveaway that I was going to do in the spring, but you know, I had a bunch of stuff happen,
Yeah.
so I've got all that, and now I'll add some more stuff to it and make it even bigger.
One thing that I'm having trouble with, maybe I can get some input from people here, is having trouble getting cat control to work with that V71A, the satellite. So if anybody has got that radio or knows how to connect that thing, I connect it up to my computer. It sees the cat or it sees the comm, but Hamlib will not talk to it, and I think it's because of my cable. It sees the prolific chipset, and that's
Yep.
what I'm seeing. But I think there's not pin 1 doesn't go to pin 1, and pin 2 shouldn't go to pin 2. It's got some type of funky pin
Mm,
on my cable that I thought that was the cat control cable for that Kenwood, and it's not. So
gotcha.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to
Oh,
probably go to eBay or find something and make a cable, I guess. But if anybody knows a shortcut, I'm all ears.
yeah, indeed. Anytime we can get a shortcut, we'll take it. That's what she said. Oh, what was that? I missed a good joke, apparently. I hate when I only get the butt of the joke or the punchline. Yeah, I'm still basking in the Icom excitement. Man, that 5200 looks awesome.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for that.
Let me address. Let's see. Patrick says I missed Kyle's roundtables. You know what, Patrick? You might be in luck. There's another channel that might pick up the CW roundtable.
Oh,
So be looking for that. It's not going to be on my channel because I am out of time, out of patience, out of mind, out of sight. No, I like doing the roundtable, but it just got too much for me. And talked to some people. You probably might know them. They might be a duo couple out there. And I'm like, you guys
oh,
should do the
nice.
roundtable. You should pick up the roundtable. They're like, oh, no, that's your thing. And I'm like, it ain't my thing. You can pick it up. I don't care. It's not like I copyrighted the thing,
It's
So they
a
might,
thing.
yeah, yeah, you're right. It's a thing. So they might pick it up and run with it with Vince and some other people. And whenever I've got time to, whenever I had time to do it, I can come on and be like another table leg, but
Nice. Yeah,
Ape says,
it's a big commitment, right?
yeah, it is. It is. Especially, there's some days where I'd come home and be like, oh, roundtables tonight. I don't want to do this. I just want to lay on the couch because I had a bad day at work and, whatnot. So, somebody, if the duo wants to take it over and, I feel spunky enough and want to be on, I'll just, dial in. If I don't want to be there, I'll watch it on my couch,
Yeah.
So
Hey, those guys have, I mean, those guys are great. So
yeah.
I had my first real opportunity to spend some time with them, and it was just a little bit of time at Huntsville. But man, talk about just super nice folks. And I think they've got that teacher, put you at ease, help you get in the right mindset, get it done type of approach. I think they would do a fantastic job with that.
Yeah. And they've got a website and they've got some other things to help them along. This was just it's just a show, that we talked about CW and had discussions. And sometimes there was a topic, sometimes there wasn't. Sometimes, I was grasping questions to ask. But, they've got kind of this back end CW teaching thing that they can run with it. And plus I think that they've got a lot more energy, like Ham Radio Tectonic says. And, also they've got a lot more resources. I kind of ran dry on some resources. So I think it'd be good. Yeah,
I
Ape,
think
I'm
it'd
going
be
to try.
good too.
Yeah, Ape, I'm going to try all your suggestions there. Thank you for the suggestions. Appreciate it.
Cool. All right. What time we got here? 11:30-ish.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to turn into a pumpkin.
Kyle, thanks so much for coming on and hanging out and fighting through all the issues. You're going to make it easy
welcome.
For the next person. So
when all else fails, just restart your browser.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you got to click up at the top whenever you put your name and your password in. There's a link up at the top, and it says like enable advanced controls. You want to click that before you enter into the room.
Gotcha. Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been on that side, so. And if Dave, I think Dave probably, he has an early morning, or else I'd try to sucker him into trying it, just so you could watch somebody else struggle with it and you could feel a little better.
I am, yeah. Hey, it's a learning experience.
That's right. It'll be so easy next time.
Yeah, the next guest you're going to have on, you're going to say, hey, click the link at the top and then log in, and everything is going to be, restart your browser and everything will be good.
Yeah.
So
it's good stuff. All right, let's see here. Kyle, you can bail out if you're ready.
Yep, I'm QRT. I got to get up at 7 a.m. and play tennis tomorrow.
All right. Well, thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Good to have you on here.
Thanks for having me on.
You betcha.
Yep, thank you.
Anytime.
All right, see you guys later. 73.
We'll see you. All right. Let's see here. I've got an awful echo. There we go. Okay. I've got to figure out how to separate my audio from the headphones. I was running my audio in the headphones so I could hear Kyle. And I don't know about you guys, but I hate hearing myself in my headphones when I'm trying to talk. It just, it's a hassle. All right. Kyle, thanks for being on, buddy. I see you say 73 in the chat. It was great to have you on here. I saw a couple of questions here. I'm going to try to hit those real quick. Let's see. I thought I saw some questions. Goodness, I thought somebody was asking about... Oh yeah, there it is. Chris. What new mesh projects you got? So mesh projects. So I just put a Spec 5 relay node on my barn. So this is a solar node. It's got a 12-watt solar panel. It's got a couple 18650 batteries. It's a whiz block based radio, and it's got a 8 dBi fiberglass antenna. So it's pretty decent. You guys have likely seen those. Certainly if you've been out to their website or seen them at any of the ham fests that they've been going to, they always have one of those set up. So I just put one of those on my barn, and I'm setting that up as a ranch only mesh. So I've got it configured in a different frequency slot using a different modem configuration so that it does not sync up with the the larger mesh that we've got here in Wise County. So I'm west of Fort Worth. I'm in Wise County, and this county has a fantastic mesh-tastic footprint. It's huge. There's a lot of ham radio operators out here, and a lot of these guys have towers, and it's great. So that there's a Discord group for Texas counties, and each county has a room in there. And every time you go in there and check out the new photos of nodes here in Wise County, you know, we've got these tower jockeys that are just putting these solar nodes on all of these towers. And some of these towers are, you know, they're big towers. They're, you know, 100 plus, 150 feet, big towers. And so we've got this fantastic footprint that spans the county. But putting all that aside, I don't want my ranch mesh to be commingled with that traffic. So I've got my modem and stuff set up separately so that I've got a ranch only network here as well. And so I've got some other nodes configured for that ranch only network. And I've also got a Spec 5 trace. I think that's what they call it. Trace. That's the dog collar one. That's the one that's in the waterproof case that's designed to go on a collar. So I'm going to put that on one of my goats, and when I let the goats out, I'll be able to keep an eye on where they are on the property. So they wander all over the place, and a lot of times I don't know where they are. I've got some actual hills, woods. There's actually some character to the property out here, which is the reason I bought it, which is not common in this part of Texas. But anyhow, because of that, I can go out in the yard and scan the horizon and have no idea where these goats are. I've got a bell that I would put on them, this little Swedish bell that you put on your on a goat so that you can hear it dinging away out there in the pasture somewhere. And that helped to some extent. You know, I could kind of locate them depending on where they were, right? I'm got about 50 acres here, and that would help if they were fairly close. But I'm excited to see what they do all day long whenever I put this mesh radio on them. So, and that'll obviously be connected to the ranch only network. So that's my current project. The other kind of cool aspect of that I don't see talked about a whole lot, and so I'm putting together a video on, is how you remotely manage a device that you don't have direct access to, right? So meaning it's not something I can put my hands on, or I can't get close enough to it to manage it through Bluetooth. Now, my barn's not that big. I can certainly go stand next to it, and I could manage it remotely, but it's so much better for me to be sitting here in the shack and be able to remotely manage that device that's on a barn over 100 yards away. And there's no way I'd be able to do that through Bluetooth. So I think it's, you know, one of the cool aspects, again, that's not talked about a whole lot, is how you manage these devices remotely. So that's one of the projects I've got going on right now. I also have, I don't know if you guys have seen a company called Elecro, but they have a pretty cool device called an M1. It's an e-ink device. So they have sent me one, and it comes from China, and It is the last mile delivery is by a company called GoFo. And I don't think I've ever had anything delivered by this company called GoFo. Now, if you Google GoFo, it looks like a pretty big company, but it's Electros. Is that the same thing? The Elecro ape? I'm not sure if that's something different or if you typed it differently. But anyhow, these guys have been driving around my place for 2 days trying to figure out how to deliver this thing. And how I know that is I've got cameras all over the place. And I've got all kinds of footage of them driving alongside my property, driving past the gate, driving up around on another road that is adjacent to my property. So they're out there searching. For some reason, they can't see, the big number that is the house number at the gate to deliver it. So it's kind of funny. So I'll get it at some point. Yeah, Elecro, that's it. That's it, 8. So that's what I've got going on. I'm excited to get that so I can play with it and see what it's all about. Let's see. Chris says, I was poking around the Seed Studio site last night during the car stream with Dave. They have a camera board for those Shao boards. Yeah, they do. Yeah, Reticulum's pretty cool. That would be great if you could actually take those pictures and send them over the mesh. That would be a fun thing to play with. Yeah, mesh trail cams. Interesting. That might be something to play with. For sure. Yeah, Seed Studio has so many cool devices. So much more than just Meshtastic or LoRa stuff. They do a Thursday live stream frequently where they're highlighting some of their tech. Those things are great. If you guys haven't frequented those, if you haven't checked them out, they always do giveaways on them. Usually whatever they are highlighting, they'll give a couple of them away. But they're entertaining. It's pretty fun. All right, let's see. Any other questions we've got out there? There are some good ham radio tables on YouTube. You mean the kids table, Gray Man? Is that what you're getting at there? Gray Man, if you're still out there, I caught a little bit of that. I guess it was last night. Was it last night? Where you had Ham Radio Duo on there? I caught just the very end of it. That was, looks like it was a good stream. I need to go back and catch it. All right, I'm just checking here to see if I had any other questions. Let's see, Patrick says, I got a brand new V71A in the box. He's thinking of selling it. Yeah, I'm sure you would be able to sell that new in box for sure. That's a good radio. But that's full duplex radio. You could use that. You could use what you got if you wanted. I'd bet you could probably get more than the $300 that it takes to buy a brand new 2730 though. So you could probably sell that, put a few dollars in your pocket, and get yourself that new Icom. Yeah, let's see here. I don't see any other questions out there. Let me see if I've got anything else to share with you guys. Anything else that I've been monkeying around with? I've been monkeying around with a few different things. Have any of you gotten into the high-end digital audio players, the DAP players? These things, they look kind of like an Android phone, but they've got really high-end codecs in them for high-res audio. This is one of my things I'm tinkering around with. I've been playing around with some of that stuff, and then these in-ear monitors. I don't know if you guys are into this kind of stuff or not. These little in-ear monitors. These things sound great, and they come in all different. Yeah, they come in all different price points. I mean, you can get a decent pair for, $20. But if you want to spend $500-$600 on in-ear monitors, you can certainly do that. Yeah, that is true, Patrick. No doubt. That is a little long in the tooth. The 2730, right? They're still making that thing, still supporting that thing. Yeah, that's not a bad plan. Sell it. I mean, you probably get an extra $100 out of that, right? $100 to put in your pocket, plus go buy a radio. I wouldn't be surprised at all. But anyhow, these things are pretty amazing. The sound quality of these is great. Now, what's interesting is you buy these things. It's kind of like a phone. I mean, it runs Android, but like I said, it's got a high-end codec in it. It's got some custom software in it as well. And, you can Wi-Fi to the Play Store if you want, and load other stuff on it. But man, these things are pretty cool devices. I'm just getting into it. It's something my brother is big into. He's been into these things for a couple of years. And when I saw some of the cool stuff, and then I actually listened to some of that music with in-ear monitors, unbelievable, right? I mean, a lot of this stuff is FLAC, really, really high-end digital audio. It's pretty neat stuff. SDR++, I bet you can. I mean, it's got a USB-C, so you could put in a on-the-go cable here. I might have to play with that and try that. Yeah, this is the R4. I don't know if you guys will be able to see that, but it's just they've got a kind of custom version of Android running on it, but I mean, it's just Android. And if you've not got, I mean, this is just a whole nother rabbit hole, right? If you like high-end audio, and it's amazing, some of the high-end audio of, some like old shows. I don't know who was recording this stuff. These old Zeppelin shows, lots of great old Zeppelin recordings. If you guys are into that type of thing, those things are out there. If you're into that, you already know about it. They're out there. I know that they're out there just from my brother, but I'm just getting into it now. Let's see. Oh yeah, the teenage engineering device. Yeah, that thing is, that thing's pretty slick. I mean, those things are spendy. This thing here is, I mean, you're essentially buying a phone. I mean, this thing's like, it's under $200. So it has a lot of the same technology that's in your current Android phone. Now, these things are usually like a version or two behind Android. I think this is running 14. So they're a little bit behind, but they've got all this. I mean, in terms of the rest of the tech, it's all there. Everything but the cellular radio is in those. So it's actually a pretty cool device to get to run Android radio, ham radio apps on it. Chris, yeah, sure, yeah, you can definitely go that hack to iPod way as well. But what is so cool about this stuff, again, is it's brand new tech, right? You got a spot for a SD card, so you can load it up with additional storage. Pretty cool stuff. So I've got that stuff going on. Are any of you guys into these in-ear monitors? I mean, it blows my mind the cost of some of. I mean, $500 for a set of in-ear monitors. I don't know, man. I don't think I could do that. Oh, okay. So, Bill, you're into that stuff, so you know all about that stuff. Cool. Yeah, I'm just learning. I might have to pick your brain on some of that stuff. Yeah, these IEMs are fairly cheap as well. I think these were $20 or something. But man, I tell you, they blow me away. I mean, it is it's impressive, right? I mean, they're designed to essentially be noise canceling type headphones. So you get that benefit. Um, and then they use all types of interesting little uh, types of technology in these things uh, for different characteristics. So depending on what you're using them for, right? You can get some that are tuned for spoken word. You can get some that are tuned for a specific style of music. You know, I mean, it's amazing the ways they come up with for you to spend your money. Let's see, what splitter? Okay, I got a question here. So what splitter am I using? So how I do that, there's nothing really that tricky about what I'm doing. Trying to think where I've got a quick link to that. In my Amazon store, let me grab that link for you guys. In my Amazon store, I list that splitter. I want to make sure the link works, though. It appears that some of my links have expired. Let's see. And the key here with that, the way I run it is, let's see, where's it at? The way I run it is I run it out of the radio into the recorder, and then from the recorder into my headphones. And so, yeah, I'm just looking here. I'll find this link and I'll drop it to you. Here, let me put this out there first for folks who might be interested. I've got an Amazon store out there. I've got several different curated lists that include a lot of the gear that I use, right? Stuff that I use for radio, stuff that I use in the shack, stuff that I use for camping. And I have one specific to satellites as well. All right, so let's see here. All right, so I don't see that. Here is, well, let's see here. I don't have that. I don't have that in the store for some reason. I'm going to grab it and put it in the store. Let's see here. I'll put it out there. I've got it in a couple of my videos, but I'll try to find it for you here so it'll be easier for you to just grab it. Okay, here it is. Okay. I'm not as fast as some other folks are at doing this stuff. But there you go. So that link will take you directly to the splitter. It's like a $9 splitter. It's cheap. It's got two mono plugs on one end and a stereo plug on the other. And so I'll plug both of those into the monos into the radio. I'll plug the stereo into the recorder. And then I'll plug the headphones into the recorder. Now the key is, right, you'll plug all that stuff together, turn on your radio, and you'll be like, why can't I hear the radio? Well, you won't hear anything until you actually start to record. Then all of a sudden you'll hear it in your headphones. At least if you're using the Sony voice recorders that I use, that's the way those things work. I should probably drop that out there for folks as well, just in case. Now I'm sure lots of them will work. What I really like about this one is it will auto adjust the line level if you plug in into the line input. So it auto adjusts. You don't have to think about it. Some cheaper recorders I've used, they don't adjust the gain or that line level, and then you end up with a horrible recording. And that's the recorder right there. The ICD PX47. Yep, that should do it. Yep, John, you're all set. That will definitely do it. And that does adjust the line level as well. Yep. So hopefully that helps you guys. All right. Ape, thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate it. It was nice to see you out there in the chat. Have a great long weekend. Hey, it's Labor Day weekend. That's pretty exciting. It's a good way to kick off a Labor Day weekend. Let's see. Throwing the SD into the FTM 150 only records 5 minutes on the radio. Wow. So what's the size limit for that SD card? Is that like a 32 gigabit SD card? I'd mentioned this earlier in the stream. It always blew me away that in the 9700, it could only handle a 32 gig SD card until this latest update. So many excellent options for IEMs and good. Yeah, you're not kidding, Nick, or Nicholas. It is pretty impressive, the quality of the cheaper IEMs. I've really been blown away. I can't even imagine what a $200 pair does for you over this $20 pair. I just can't figure it out. 32 gig, yeah. Well, yeah. So what I thought was maybe a plus for that radio, not so much. So that's good to know. I guess there's potential. We saw Icom just did it, right? They went from 32 gig to 256 with a firmware upgrade. So it's possible that Yaesu could do that at some point in the future as well. I'm curious how that 150 RASP is working for you. Again, my other big concern with that radio is the power output on it, right? You've got 5, 25, and 50 watts. Right, and I would hate to be throwing 25 watts at some of these satellites. With the 2730, you've got 5, 15, and 50. So you've got, the 5 watt option, which is enough if you've got a clear horizon. But if you don't have a great horizon, you can throw 15 at it and still feel good about it. All right, let's see if I've got anything else. Let's see how many folks we have hanging out there with us. 24. We've got folks that are starting to dwindle for sure. How are you guys doing out there? Let's see. Could you use an attenuator? So I'm just thinking about that. So could you use an attenuator? When I think of an attenuator, I think about attenuating the incoming signal. You're not attenuating the transmit signal, right? So, for example, for the Fram to Ham event, I was using a preamp on the receive of my 2730, just because I wanted to be able to work horizon to horizon as much as possible, right? The 2730 has pretty good ears, but I wanted to try it too and see what happens. And that was an SSTV event, so you're just receiving. There's no transmitting at all. But I put that preamp on, and it was overloading the front end. I was getting so much signal, it was overloading the front end. I had to go into the 2730, and it's got attenuator capability built right into the radio. I had to turn on the attenuator and attenuate that incoming signal with the preamp on it so that I wasn't overloading the front end. So that's what I think about when I'm thinking about an attenuator. Now, I can also tell you that I was able to receive that SSTV signal down to 2 degrees above the horizon. It was unbelievable how much signal I was getting using that preamp. It was fantastic. But again, without that attenuator, I wouldn't have been able to use the preamp just because it was too much signal for the radio. All right, let's see what other questions out there. I've been wanting to get on the SAT since 1997. So, Patrick, what's holding you back right now? What's stopping that from happening? What's your biggest challenge right now? I'll wait for you to throw something out there. Cooley, can you recommend a rotator for the VHQ hex beam? So, you've of course got your Yaesu rotator that would likely work, but I think there are some that are heavier duty out there, and you might want something that's a bit more heavy duty. There's the one that is made in Canada. What is that? That's the Spid something. I'm trying to find it right now. These guys are always at Dayton. Yeah, Spid. I'm looking for their website. I'm seeing it on a couple retailers. I'll just pull up one of these retailer ones. So the Spid rotator is, you're going to spend a bit more money for it, Cooley, but these things are heavy duty. Much more heavy duty than your typical Yaesu. And I'm thinking you want something that's got a little bit more capacity. Alpha Radio, Alpha Spid. They're a Canadian company. Now, here I'm going to drop I'll drop their link, their website in the chat here. You're not going to be impressed with their website at all. They really need to do something about that. You're not going to be impressed with that. Let me see real quick. I think I have to create another one. Hold on just 1 second, guys. I killed... I think I killed my desktop capture. Yeah, I did. Let me create another one real quick, and I'll pull this up so everyone can see it. Tell you, if nothing else, I'm gonna get a little better with this software. That's for sure. Okay, let's see. All this kind of scene building and stuff that you have to do. All right. And let me go ahead and share that with you guys. So like I said, you're not going to be impressed with this website. This thing needs some help. But these rotators are amazing. They also have their own control boxes, right? So that's, you know what, we're probably better off looking at a retailer's website. Those guys aren't US based. Let's find something US based. Green Heron. This is the control box I would recommend. These guys, so they've got a package here with the Alpha Spid and their control box. These things are heavy duty, really impressive. And you can, I mean, they're probably, I don't know, maybe 40%, 30%, 40%, maybe even a little bit more than the Yaesu. But if you want something that's heavy duty, that's going to be able to support that hex beam, I'd look at something like that. Look at the Alpha Spid. They also make an Azel rotator, and I looked at that really hard and almost pulled the trigger on that when I bought my system. But I wanted to use the SAT controller, and that SAT controller only, well, they say it only works with the Yaesu and it only works with the 9700, but I don't think that's actually true anymore. They're starting to break out and support other rotators at this point. All right, let me get, so hopefully that helps you coolly, maybe gives you another option to start looking at anyhow. All right, so let's see. What else is out there? Is that GeoCities? Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like. You guys didn't see, before I shared the screen, I don't think it supports HTTPS. So my browser was complaining. So they've really, but I mean, like I said, those guys are always at Dayton, and they've got all their stuff there at Dayton, and you can see how well built these things are. They're impressive in person. All right, let's see. how is it? How easy is it to program channels? I'm not sure. That might be a conversation between EOD and Chris. Yeah, you're welcome, Cooley. Hey, let me know if you go in one of those directions. I'd be curious to hear about that. Let's see. Great spreadsheet for SATs with shifts, active, inactive. Is that the AMSAT Oscar status page? Is that what you're talking about there, EOD? Yeah, that is. Yeah, no worries, Chris. That is the definitive. Take a look. All right, let's see here. Yeah, we still have some folks hanging out. I'm happy to hang out if you guys are having fun. I still, I drank a whole, almost a whole Ghost Energy here, so I'm good to go. Let me see if I've got another topic for you guys. I'm just looking at what I've got laying around my desk. I always have stuff laying around my desk. Let's see. Chris, what are you thinking about buying? Nice. Yeah, one of the things I hope to be able to do for next week is, I had some basic audio issues here, right, that I need to get worked out, but I want to bring the audio in from several of my radios here. I've got my 2-meter. I've got, one of these guys that I set on my desk, the 710. I've got a 9700 here. I've got my Flex. I've got my my Kenwood 890, and I'm going to work to get these set up so that we can do some radio stuff on these streams. One of the things I really enjoy doing, and I think it'd be fun to do on stream, is I like hunting kind of these obscure digital signals. So I troll around in the lower part of the band. That's typically where you're going to find those digital signals, and try to figure out what they are, right? So you can take a look at the waveform. There's a couple resources out there that will give you a sample of what these different waveforms look like for these different modes. And you can try to match it up and see if you can decode these modes and figure out what they are. You come across some really interesting stuff late at night with some of these weird modes. It's really interesting. Oh, you're asking about waiting for the 150 or the 310. Yeah, I can understand waiting there for sure. The 150 to me is just a little bit of a disappointment. And that's really just coming from my position in wanting to use it for satellites. I think it's a great radio for just general use, but I was kind of bummed out about some of the details from a satellite perspective. Let's see. I wanted to do a Manpack portable and make accessible with a rig similar to what you have. I like the chest rig setup. Yeah, I've had that same configuration for a couple of years now. I started out with it in a red ox bag. I think you can find You can find that on Josh's Ham Radio Crash Course, Josh's channel from like Huntsville like 4 years ago, when I was running that in a red ox bag, which was just a, it's kind of a small squarish bag that I would put kind of cross body. And I did it in the same manner. I kept the battery and the radio body in the bag, and then I just put the head up on top, and that worked well also, but it was always kind of off to the side, and I was always kind of looking off to the side, trying to, adjust for Doppler and whatnot. I really like having that right here on the chest rig. Yeah. My current satellite project is this guy. So I picked up that, this is an 817. I picked up at Huntsville. This was pretty much a steal in my eyes. It's an original 817, so it's not the ND, but I'm going to use it for receive, so it doesn't matter, those ND benefits don't come into play on the receive side. And so I picked this up for $250. It was in a cage. It had a 3D printed knob on it, right? So the original knob is gone. But this knob here, nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's interesting. I don't know what material they use. It's a little spongy, which works well. But it's got a little bit of a different knob on it. And the guy had replaced the barrel input for power. But I've been listening to it here on the desk for about a week or so now, and it receives fine, no problems at all. Transmits fine too, but I've got an 818 also. But what I want to do is I want to get both of these set up so that I can have both of these radios in a man pack kind of stacked. I don't have that right here. So I can kind of have one on top of the other stacked, where I've got one in receive mode, one in transmit mode, and then I can work linear satellites more easily than my current mobile setup. This came, like I said, with rails on it, which were nice. It was a nice set of rails. I don't need the rails, though. But what it's missing, because it had rails on it, are the strap. Normally this would have two metal flanges that's designed to support or connect to the shoulder strap. If you guys aren't familiar with these, whenever you buy them new, they come with a shoulder strap. And I use those to connect to the chest rig itself as just extra support, so these things don't flop out and fall on the ground and bust and break and all that type of thing. So I've just ordered some new parts to replace those, and then I've got a bag I think will work. It's going to be a little tight. It'll certainly work to operate from, but it might not be the best to store and transport two radios in. So it's big enough for them to both kind of hang within the bag from an operating position standpoint. It'll be fine. I'm not sure if that'll be the bag that I keep, though. If not, that just means I have to go buy another bag, which doesn't break my heart at all. I love all those different kinds of bags. A45, yeah, we're still going, man. John, thanks for hanging out. If you're still here, hope I didn't miss you. Appreciate you hanging out tonight. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and hope we see you next week. Have a great long weekend. All right, let's see. But I can do all the digital things. Have you ever seen... I'm not even going to try to say that. I want to take the same form factor of a whatever that is and do radio things. E-ink displays and a battery. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that at all. That'll give me something to Google. Yeah, we're still here, 45. So, welcome back. Have you ever thought of maybe a plate carrier style vest with Molly? All sorts of options. Yeah, I actually have a couple plate carriers. No big surprise there, I don't think. The thing with the plate carriers is they're hot. They're just really hot, right? You've got so much more to them that they would certainly work. They're just not very comfortable, and especially here in the summer months. You might only have it on for 20 minutes. You're throwing it on, you're getting ready for the pass, you have a 10-minute pass, and then you tear it all back down. But man, I'm like sweating like crazy with all of that extra bulk that the plate carrier brings. No, I don't have the plates in it, just still, right? There's a lot more material there. Sean, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, certainly take advantage of that morning temperature. It's we actually had some rain today that cooled things off. We were in the 80s all day. It was beautiful. It was wonderful. Bino chest rigs. Yeah, I've actually got one of those as well. I got an Eberly stock Bino chest rig. Here, let me grab it. All right. Actually, I'm going to leave these off for a little bit. So this is the Eberly stock Bino chest rig. I mean, guys, I've tried so many different configurations. I didn't just luck into that bag I'm using today. I mean, I tried many, many different configurations. Now, this here, so for you guys that maybe aren't familiar with it, right, it's designed for your binoculars. You've got a magnetic, try to get this on you've got a magnetic closure here. You get a couple rare earth magnets up here that connect to that. And then this folds over and down. You can see it's designed to do that, right? They slap their logo on the inside of that because a lot of folks will just leave that down when they're actually, glassing their target or surveying the area, whatever. I like this. This also has, right, these captures are designed to make sure you don't have your expensive binoculars hit the ground, right? This could so easily be used with those ears that I mentioned on the 817 and 818. Now this fits in here. One of them fits in here beautifully. Try to show that to you guys. Right? I mean, for a single 817, 818, this thing is a freaking home run. The problem is trying to get that second one in here. Right? You can do it, kind of, but gosh, it's so doggone tight. There's just no room for anything else. And then, I try to put together a pack that's all encompassing. I mean, you can see, for a single radio, bam, that thing is perfect. If this was a full duplex radio, I'd be in business, right? That's all I would need. this would be a sweet little setup. But, you know, the other thing you got to be able to do is you got to have your recorder, you got to have your mic, you got to have, in that other Eberly stock kit, I'm able to put my 6 foot of coax. All that stuff doesn't quite fit in this Bino pack quite as good. So there's aspects of this that I really like. I mean, you can put your 3 amp hour or maybe even a little bit bigger battery in here. So there's room for that. So this thing is doggone close. If you could get this, you know, a little bit thicker, oh, this thing would be money. This would be perfect. So, yeah. So yeah, I've looked at the Eberly stock, most of their stuff, trying to find good fit. All right, let's see what else we have up there. Yeah, Hill People gear chest rigs are really nice. And they have some different sizes too, right? They have that extra large. That one might be cool to try to do a side-by-side. Can I send you a picture in Discord? Yeah, go ahead. Let's see here. All right, there it is. All right, let's see here. Okay, now let me... I've got to... Let me be able to pull this up here and share it. Okay, let me add this in real quick. All right, where are you at? There you are. Okay. All right, so here's the picture. Okay, so what is this bag? That's interesting. So we've got a bag, looks like we've got a radio in the bag going up to a comms headset. Looks like a good comms headset. All right, Chris, you got to tell me about what we're looking at here. Where'd you go? I lost my chat. Okay. Let's see. Holy moly, still going. Hey, Eric, what'd you get furniture-wise? Be curious to see. Let's see. Did you get the meatballs? Yeah, when you go to IKEA, you got to get the meatballs, right? Oh, he's in line for the meatballs now. That's awesome. Wish it had Molly on the outside. Yeah. Molly's always good. Okay, 2024 Las Vegas Super Bowl flyover. So is that what this is a picture of? I'm trying to understand what we've got here. So it looks like an industrial abri type antenna. Just kidding. That looks like a real antenna, not the abri. Not that the abri isn't a real antenna, but you know what I mean. But it's got 2 antennas. It looks to have 2 antennas. A video screen grab. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty cool. I think the key is how are you going to mount or manage the head? You got to come up with some sort of rigging on the front to manage the head. I mean, I'm sure it's doable. Yeah, I'm just letting it sink in. I mean, the bag is plenty big enough. Yeah, I don't see why that wouldn't work. I don't know how. I mean, it's probably as comfortable as anything else. Might be a little bit of a pain. You might need a little bit more antenna coax, right? You might need a little more coax than you would if you had it on the front versus the back. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, so you could use the mic to do that. Okay. Does that have any indication on the mic where you are, though? Or are you going to have to keep that in your head? Is that another thing you got to keep in your mind? Right? Is that another thing you have to manage? Do you have to remember where you are? Or is there some... I don't think that has a little screen on it or anything. Not saying that's a big deal. But I mean, I could see where that could screw up a pass for you here and there. Yeah, the N7600. Yeah, that I've got to get my hands on one of those and play with it. I think that's a great idea, a cool little radio. But yeah, that's a cool idea. I love looking at various options like that and trying to see how they would work with the way I like to operate. And that's really what it comes down to, right? What works for you in the way you like to operate. You know, sometimes you can have your configuration change the way you operate, and sometimes that's okay, but it's always, I think, preferred whenever your kit works around your operating style. All right, let's see what else we got here. 45, don't want to use do-it-yourself a Brie style antenna made of 1-inch tape measure. Yeah, that's got the old plasti dip in it. It'll probably float too. Yeah, for sure. Yep, that's it. I always love seeing other people's rigs. I always get a kick out of that for sure. And, you know, the whole Manpack thing is such a interesting idea, right? I picked up that Lab 599 TX500 MP, and I got it just because I love the original TX500, and the fact that this has a built-in tuner I think is cool. That tuner is like wicked fast too. I can't get over how fast that tuner is. I need to have a tuner off, right? I need to pull out my G90, right? That's kind of the standard. It's kind of crazy that that's the tuner standard. But for a built-in tuner, it's the tuner standard. And say, okay, the G90, let's take, you know, situation X, right? Let's take this piece of barbed wire fence. Can it tune it? Okay. How fast did it tune it? What kind of match did we get to? Now hook up the MP and see how it compares. I think that'd be a fun video. I need to find some time to do that. Let's see. I want the Manpack to go from the house to the car, have all the hookups at each location. Nice. Yep. Yeah, it's I actually use my 2730 that is in my chest rig. I use it in the truck. I just pop the bag open, hook up the battery, and I've got a mag mount antenna in my one truck, and I just hook the BNC connector up to it. I've got a little adapter, and hook up the BNC connector, and boom. I've got the 2730 in the truck, and it's all programmed for all my satellites. So I can work satellites while I'm driving down the highway. Now I'm working them on a signal stick, right? So I've got a signal stick on a mag mount. It works. I'm not always able to make a contact, right? I've got to be persistent, and I've got to be probably three things: persistent, I've got to be lucky, and I've got to be strategic when I make my call. But I've been able to do that pretty successfully. Cooley's playing with his G90. Cool. Let's see. How's everyone getting the MP? Desert Wireless isn't showing on the site. All right, so here's my tip. This is how I did it. I wrote a little program to keep an eye on the website and check it at regular intervals and look for changes to the site itself. And as soon as it recognized a change, I had it send me an email. So I was actually on the Colorado trip. Jason and I were driving back. We were on the $1 Million Highway, and we were just, it's so weird out there. You'll have like 4 bars of 4G for 30 seconds, and then you won't have anything for like a mile, and then you'll get another flicker of 4G for a minute, and then your internet's gone. We were actually on that trip. We were driving on the $1 Million Highway, and I got an email that the site had changed. So I had to wait for so that happened in one of those cycles where I had when I had cellular coverage. As soon as I had the next short window of cellular coverage, I kept hitting reload on my phone so that I could see the actual website come up and see what the change was. And lo and behold, they actually had the radio on the site. So I got to see it on that turn. Another mile or so down the road, I had another window, and I quickly filled out the form on that cycle, submitted the form, bought the radio. And it was just silly. And it was after kind of an all day long day. And, I think Jason and I had talked to all the talking we had in us. We were kind of in silent mode, just trying to get back to camp at that point. And when it actually went through, I just started giggling, because it was like, how stupid is this, right? I've never bought a radio like this before. I have to wait for this window to actually go through the process. And as soon as it went through, I said, oh my gosh, I can't believe I actually just bought this radio. And he's like, he looked at it and he's like, is that the MP? I said, yeah. And he says, well, I need one of those. Buy it for me too. And so the whole thing went through the process again. Right. So whenever we had the opportunity, it popped up, filled out the information. He gave me his credit card stuff. I put it in, and we got both of them ordered. And like a week later, it showed up. So, and then, I think probably when we got back to camp, I checked the website again, and they were sold out. It was no longer on the website. So they do something that's really weird. If it's not available, If they're out of stock, if it's not available, they pull it from the site. They just take it off the site. So my recommendation is, you know, have something that is just looking for changes to the website. You know, you can just go to that particular page where they list the transceivers. They've got one page where they list the transceivers, and just keep checking to see if that site, if the HTML on that site changes, and when it does, boom, you know, you got it. Jump in there and get the buy. Let's see. That's how I got it. I don't know how everyone else got it. Let's see. Yeah. I mean, I think they would do so much better if they just left it up there and took orders, right? And then filled them. The only thing I can imagine is the demand right now is so high for it that, you know, they don't want to deal with the hassle of people always calling in to say, hey, where's my order? You know, waiting for an update. Just a guess. Yeah, it is a cool form factor. The other thing I really like about it is it comes with the what is it? The BP 500, the battery pack 500. And that battery pack is interchangeable with the original TX 500. So that's kind of nice too. Yeah, they do some weird things. And it shipped from Dubai. So that's where the shipping came from. I had it laying here at one point. I may have finally ditched it. But yeah, it shipped from Dubai. Yeah, it could be, Gray Man. They just don't want to deal with that, right? For sure. I like QRP Labs method. Just have a running list. You get a number. Yeah, that's got to be a pain to manage, though, I would think. But, you know, then they had the situation at Dayton where they had a bunch of them that they sold, just like Yaesu did, but it didn't get everyone didn't get salty about that so much. All right, how we doing here? Still have some people hanging out. That's great. Hey, thanks so much, guys, for hanging out, spending your Friday night with me. It's a fun way to kick off the holiday weekend. So I've really enjoyed this. I appreciate you guys sticking around. Let's see. Hey, that reminds me, while you guys are hanging out here, I want to see what this looks like. All right, I'll give you guys a preview of another scene I'm building here. And I'm curious, I want to get some feedback on how well you're able to read the chat on the right-hand side. Yeah, coast to coast. That's right. Follow the sun. I'll stay with you. So this is a scene that I'm working on. I'm building up for an intro. It's Saturday afternoon here. So obviously we got the chat over here, and then I've got some various hobby-related pictures here. Better without the pic in the background. Got it. Yeah, I can change. Let me see here. Let me make an adjustment here. This might look better. I have to resize everything else now, but that's probably easier to read. I can read it, but I also have it on a large screen. Gotcha. So that's better. So maybe let's see. I can probably, let's try to blow that up a little bit. Let's see. All right, let's try to make this a bit bigger. See, the problem is I know on long messages, I'm going to run some stuff off of the screen. Try to adjust this a little bit. This is touchy. I'll pull that in just a little bit. There, is that easier to read? Did I make it much bigger? Let's see. You are reading the comments before they show on the screen. Is the last line cut off? Let's see. I've got so the bottom is cut a little bit. Let's see. I can lengthen that out a little bit. Let me cut that down a little bit. And let's see, I can put it there. And then this catches the most current chat. There, how about something like that? Easier to read, okay. 45, you bailing out? Hey, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you, 45. I'm sure I'll see you at some point here over the weekend. All right. Let me throw that full screen here for me and see what that looks like. Sometimes this jacks up the stream for me, so hopefully that's not the case. Oh yeah, that's at least on a PC screen, that's pretty big. Okay. YouTube made a change here about a year ago where they no longer allow you to manipulate the CSS. And that that really screwed up some tools that are designed to represent the chat. WV3V Urban Ham Radio, welcome. Hey, we're just chatting away. I was actually just showing off here some of the new scenes that I'm trying to build for this live stream. So this is a brand new live stream. This is the inaugural night, the late shift first edition. And, you know, I'm still working on getting all the scenes set up, getting everything kind of just configured so to try to do a nice job live streaming here. Yeah, so in this screen here, I'm working on a scene for like the intro, right? So get the chat here so folks can say hello in the chat and then share some pictures from various radio adventures and whatnot. Hey, there's Gray Man right there. Check that out. That's from a couple years ago at Huntsville. That's from that same era, Huntsville. That is from Winter Field Day 2024 down in Galveston. That's a CubeSat. Yeah, so all kinds of little pictures. I've got to update some of these. I've got a bunch of these. Hey, there's a More Expo photo. We still have Gray Man out there. Oh, yeah, there we go. So, yeah, so I've got some more tinkering to do there, but it's coming along. Yeah, there's the original 599. Love that radio. It's such a great little radio. It's good stuff. All right. Yeah, so I'm getting there. Made some good progress tonight for sure. It was good to figure out how to bring in a guest. So that was pretty painful. Okay. Thanks for hanging out, Tim. It's great to see you in the chat. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for hanging out for so long. What time is it getting to be? It's almost 1 o'clock here, Texas time. So, hey, at least we're doing it the right way here. This is the late shift, so we still have about 19 people hanging out. So, gotta love that. We got some diehards out there. I appreciate that. Let's see if I've got anything else here I can show you guys on the stream. 148 there. Cooley. Burning that midnight oil. Okay. Yeah, so WV3V, if you're just joining us, this is what we were doing earlier tonight. So I had Kyle on. He gave us an update on his satellite project that he's got working on, and I had to build this scene on the fly to bring in a guest. So it took us a little while to get the audio squared away, but we got there. 2 a.m. on the East Coast, keeping me entertained at work between stuff. Hey, glad to hear it, Patrick. That's the idea. That is definitely the idea. 1,400 there. Nice. Eric, it looks like things are going real well for you out there. I'm glad to see it, man. Glad to see you're able to get so much operating in, too. That's keep posting, man. I love seeing the stuff you post. So if you guys don't follow Eric, please reach out, subscribe to his channel. He, if you guys enjoy satellite work, he does some great stuff out there. It's a good add to your rotation. I promise you. Can I squish the chat and make it larger? I think I can. All right, let's see here. Can I squish it and make it larger? See, I wish I could just rewrite the CSS for it. That's ideally what I need to be able to do. This is actually the same presentation that you get right out of YouTube. It used to be YouTube would allow you to apply different CSS to this chat, and you could reformat it. You could do a lot of great stuff with it. That no longer is the case, though. And I understand why they did it, right? It's they cleaned up some cross-site scripting vulnerabilities that they had in their environment, and when they did that, it shut it down. All right, so let's see. So one thing I can do, I can certainly crop it some more, so I can just make it bigger. Now what I lose, though, is I lose, like, I can't do the word wrap. That's the part that stinks. So let me go ahead, move this over. Now maybe it's okay. Let's move that over. Let's move this up to about there. I can chop the top. Now the other thing is I can get rid of the kind of template that I'm working with, but I kind of like trying to keep a consistent theme. And then I can crop this. Now the other thing I can do is I can zoom. All right, where am I at here? 1847. Let's try this one. So I can see I can stretch it. Squishing it appears to make it smaller. So I don't think that's what I want. But I can crop it a bit, and you're going to get the majority of messages. Some of them are going to get chopped off, but that might be easier to read. Is that not updating though? Let's see, why is that not updating? That's the next question. Okay, let me see here. So here's the chat. It does not appear to be updating. Let's see here. Yeah, it's showing the older. That's what I mean. It's not updating. I'm just trying to see why. Let's try to see if I can cause that to update. I'm thinking there's going to be like a way to reset that. I don't see it immediately though. Just trying to force it to start to play. Doesn't seem to want to though. I'll have to figure that out. Let's see. Have it only showing the most 5 recent maybe. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how that looks from a size perspective. Is there a word wrap? No, there's no word wrap. That's the problem, right? Because I'm not able to change. Now, let's see what happens. I'm going to try something here, guys. Let's see. We might lose the chat, but that's okay. Let's see. What is this? Okay. There, you got me back? I think you got me back. Something I could do is I could probably change the resolution. All right, let me try something else here. What if I change the resolution? It might get funky looking. Let's see. Oh, daggone it. Dave texted me while we were trying to work with Kyle saying, hey, I'll try it. I'm sure he's, I better not text him now. I'll probably wake him up. All right, let's see here. I'm looking at different resolutions that I might be able to get away with that'll still look good. Let's see. I'm at full HD right now. All right, so let's try. Let's try this. I don't know why it keeps dropping my audio there. I know that there are some tools that still allow you to manipulate, like OBS will let you manipulate the CSS. I'm not sure how they're doing it, but I understand that they've got a workaround. So I've got to see if there's a similar type workaround. And he might be using a third-party package, but I think he's using OBS. Yeah, it shows up with highlights. So I used to be able to do that, right? I could do that. I was able to manipulate the CSS and I could do those highlights, but it won't let you anymore. So I've got to look into the whole bot thing and, you know, find one that's not annoying, maybe. But you're right. They might have a chat feed. You know what? Jason uses a different third-party tool for chat. He told me what it was. I wrote it down, but I don't remember off the top of my head. So I'm going to look into that as well. It's getting better. What if you squish it horizontally and put it across the top? Yeah, I might be able to do that. Um, there's certainly a lot of putzing around we can do with that. Uh, yeah, almost every line is cut off. I mean, I should be able to, but it doesn't appear to like it. I'm trying to figure out why it should be allowing me to change the crop, but it's not being represented. So I've got to figure that part out. So I'll keep monkeying with it until I get something that looks good, works good. I don't think it is Restream. Let me go look. See if I can find my note real quick that I took. Let me see. I found a note. I don't know if this is it though. Let's see. Oh. No, that's definitely. It's definitely not it. I'm going to have to reach out to him and find out what that was. I do not know why. It won't let me resize that. Maybe if I do a reset. This is the kind of thing you can spend a lot of time trying to manipulate. Yeah, look at that. So I've got something else that's causing that to be squished. And I don't know what it is. But that'll be something I can play with. Doesn't look very good now, does it? All right, let me get back here. All right. Let me find you guys again. Thought I had you. Where'd you go? There you are. All right. Let's see. Yeah, it's not Restream. I mean, I think he does use Restream, maybe for pushing it out to different platforms, but not for managing chat, I don't think, or representing chat. Now, this tool I have, it can also stream to other platforms. Let's see, it can stream to a bunch of platforms. I've just got to get those set up. And the other thing I like about it is it can also grab chat from multiple sources. So, and it can pull them all together, right? So it can grab chat, you know, like this. So, you know, I got this set up tonight while we were on stream. So it can grab it, you know, you can see it's got a little YouTube symbol here, and you're like, well, duh. But the reason that is there is because I can also grab from Facebook, Twitch, IRC, and gosh, I don't even know what these platforms are. I think it can. What's the? Is there a Microsoft streaming platform? It's got the butterfly. I don't know what this is. Let's see if it'll tell me if I try to turn it on. Blue Sky. Do you guys know what Blue Sky is? I don't even know what Blue Sky is. It can grab chat from Blue Sky. And what's this? A Firmatron. I don't even know what that is. I got to find out what the heck that is. So it can grab chat from a bunch of different sources, which is kind of cool. Does not grab chat from Twitter. It does not appear. Oh, wait, Twitter alt app. Is that what a Firmatron is? Or, oh, Blue Sky. Is that what Blue Sky is? I'm not sure. So it's got a lot of capability. It's just like anything else. I've got to get familiar with it. I've got to learn it. All right. What else, you guys? Anything else? Blue Sky's a Twitter alternative. Gotcha. Interesting. I haven't heard of any of the other channels streaming to Blue Sky, but I just might not be in the know. I thought Mastodon was where the defectors went, but maybe Blue Sky's another one. I mean, I've heard of Blue Sky. I just haven't paid much attention to it. Yeah, it certainly can pull multiple comments. It would be nice if it would have a facility for just pushing the chat. And who knows, maybe it's there and I'm just oblivious to it. Jitsi, I'm not familiar with Jitsi either. Yeah, there's so much stuff out there, right? I mean, there's just tons of it. And, you know, kind of like we were talking, whenever we were talking about the different chest rig configurations, right? You just got to find what works for you. There's so many options out there. You know, most of the streamers use OBS, but I had a opportunity to get this vMix, and I really like vMix. It's, you know, it's a polished commercial product where OBS is an open source project. I mean, a lot of people use OBS, and I know there are commercialized versions of OBS as well. But I started with this, started playing with it. I had access to it, so I was using it, and I just like it. It's it makes sense. It's pretty logical, and it seems to have the majority of the tools that you need. There's an integration you can do with Zoom as well, which would be a whole lot easier, I'm sure, to bring in people. I'm doing something a little bit different to bring Kyle in tonight. Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, OBS is good as well. I mean, that's a good tool, no doubt about it. Oh, Jits is a Zoom alternative. Interesting. Yeah, Jeff, this is called vMix. So it's I think it comes out of Australia is where it's developed. But there's there's tons of different versions. They slice it and dice it based on a few different factors. Your resolution is one of those factors. So depending on what resolution you want to broadcast at, and I mean, this goes up to broadcast quality. I mean, it has some crazy capabilities. It has instant replay. It has a telestrator, right, for doing sporting events and those types of things. I've not played with those yet, but the capability is there. Yeah, the free version, I don't know what they limit you to in terms of resolution or other things, but that's how they sell it, is the more features you want, and maybe I don't have the right version to get a stream feature built into it, but that's how they sell it. They also, depending on how many guests you want to bring in, which is kind of cheesy on one hand, but even the cheap version supports Zoom. So if you've got Zoom, it doesn't matter. You can bring in as many people as Zoom will let you. And it'll let you manage each of the Zoom participants as an individual feed. So that's kind of cool. So you can do different things with them if you're managing them as an individual feed. All right, let's see what else we have here. See if I have anything else I started to build out and didn't quite get there. Oh, you just got an elk antenna? Is that the elk you're talking? Oh, nice. Congratulations. Those are great additions for sure. The armor lock, they make some nice stuff. Certainly provides the protection. Nice. Congratulations. The other thing I like is they've got a lot of different types of titles and images and stuff, right? And so it's nice to have stuff like this that other people aren't using, right? It gives you a little bit of, uniqueness, because everyone else is using other tools. So that's nice. And I like this one as well. I thought that was pretty nice. And you can set these up so that they run for a period of time and disappear on their own, or you can set them up so that you can turn them on and turn them off. I'm using a 6 foot piece of coax. And it's just RG8X. And I've actually used that same piece of coax. Gosh, I'm going on 3 years with that, which is kind of amazing, actually. The number of times that I have connected it and disconnected it, and the number of times I've coiled it up and put it in that pack, it's pretty impressive that I've not had an issue with that coax. So I'm certainly happy with that. And that's just a piece of MTC generics. So MTC here in Paris, Texas, they have their own, I don't know if they're putting it under their own brand, but it's not like a, it's, you know, it's not a Messi and Poloni. It's not a, it's not a kind of high-end brand name. It's reasonably priced though. You know, it's really reasonably priced. And, you know, it's held up great. Yeah, 90-degree adapter coming off the back of the radio. You definitely are going to need that if you're going to try to put it in a man pack type of situation. So I put it at, you know, just kind of a slight angle that gives me a good angle that comes out of the pack. Yeah, certainly a 6-foot piece of Potaflex would certainly work. And look, I like the Messi and Poloni stuff. I've got a bunch of it. I've got a spool of Potaflex that I use as my my regular Pota coax. Now, anytime that I've tried to, the trouble with that I've had at least is finding a 6-foot length of it. So anytime I go to the shows, Messi and Poloni, if they're at the show directly, they don't have any 6-foot lengths of it, right? They've got, you know, longer, they got longer stuff there that they're trying to sell. If you want to buy it and that's the only thing you're buying and you're having it shipped from Italy, it doesn't make a lot of sense when you look at what you're paying for shipping and everything else. At least the last time I looked at it, things may be changed. You know, they may be changing their shipping providers and all that stuff. You know, when I bought my Potaflex that I use for Pota, and I bought the spool and all of that, you know, it was fairly reasonable. It made sense to buy it from them like that whenever I was buying, you know, more than a 6-foot piece of coax. But if you're just buying that, it might be tough to justify. Yeah, that cover on the Potaflex is pretty good stuff. You know, first of all, you know, it's bright yellow, and I like it better than I like the braid that ABR puts on theirs. Now, I mean, you look at that braid and you think that's going to pick up a lot of dirt. It doesn't seem to, though. I mean, I've seen other people that are running that ABR Pota stuff, right? That's, you know, they put that, they have different colors, which is cool, right? They have multiple colors where you don't have a lot of flexibility in the Potaflex. But I always kind of shied away from that because it just felt like it was going to pick up dirt. But it doesn't seem to. For the folks that are using it, they seem to be happy with it, and it doesn't seem to be picking up that dirt. To me, it just looks like that dirt would get caught up in that braid, but it doesn't seem to. But that cover is, it's pretty tough. It's abrasion resistant on the Potaflex. It's bright colored. It's UV rated. So it's a great jacket that they're putting on that. And you can you know, it's got a little bit of translucent, nature, so you can see the braid through it just a little bit. And when the sun hits it, I mean, it's pretty sharp looking for coax, right? If coax can look good, Potaflex looks good. It's good stuff. Hey, we still have 21 people hanging out. That is amazing. That is very cool. Thanks, y'all, for hanging out and spending your Friday night and Saturday early morning with me. That's awesome. Yeah, if I can get this kind of attendance participation, I'll definitely do this on a weekly basis, right? We had probably, I don't know, 40 or so for a large period of the stream. I think we maybe topped out at 60 or so. And hopefully once the word gets out, we'll have some more people that will join in. It sounds like notifications didn't go out is what I was catching in the stream. I don't know if any of you folks got notifications or not. Yeah, you bet, Chris. I'm happy to do it. It's fun. It's good stuff. Is that an N female on the antenna? So when you order your elk antenna, they have two different options. You can get the N connector or you can get the SO239. So it depends on which one you ordered. You can get it either or. Gosh, what is his call? There's a guy on Twitter, X. I'm going to make a note, so I'll try to get this for next week to share with you guys in the this and that portion of the show. Just getting a note. Who has modified the elk. Got it. Who's modified the elk, taken the SO239, I think that's what he had on it. I don't think he had the N connector, and fit it with a BNC. And I thought that was pretty interesting, pretty cool. So I'm following that guy's progress. I don't know if he got out like one of those little wheel cutters. What are those things called? I don't know what they're called. I know what they're called. I just can't think about what it's called. But he actually, cut that connector off, put a new connector on, BNC connector on, wired it. If you guys have ever taken a close look at that, there's two portions to that mast on the elk antenna. There's and they're stacked, right? There's two portions. They're stacked. On the bottom where you connect the coax, that bottom portion is connected to the shield. And then there's a wire that comes from the connector up through that second piece on top and is screwed into the top. So, the center post on the connector is then terminated on the top. And the elements alternate on that log periodic. And so it's really a neat design. So you've got the bottom portion that's connected to the shield that is hosting certain elements, and then every other element is hosted on the center conductor portion, which is on the top, going in the opposite direction. So it's kind of cool, right, to see how he cut that out, and he had to replace it in that fashion. Makes it pretty easy actually to change that out. So Chris, so what night were you guys up late? I'm curious. Jeffrey Simmons, how you doing? Thanks for joining in the conversation. Quick question. Where's a good site to find the frequency for satellites besides AMSAT? So, a few different ways to go about it. And I'm contemplating here a little bit because I've got a question I'm going to ask you guys next. So, one thing you can look at, Jeffrey, is, first of all, are you using ISS detector or something similar to track satellites via hand, or are you looking for the frequencies to put into a shack computer? Let's start there. If you are using ISS detector, which is my preference, that's the app that I like. I'll pull it up here and see if you guys can see it. Let's see here. I got a text. Oh, okay. Okay. Let me pull up ISS detector. So ISS detector has all the information for all the satellites in the app. And let me show you what it looks like. So I should do this. That's something else I got to do. I'm going to make a note. I got to make a note so that I can display my Android screen on the stream. But in lieu of that right now, I'm going to try to show you guys this. All right, so this is ISS detector. Wait, let me see. Just started getting satellites after watching your videos. Okay, cool. So ISS detector, right? Now, it's flipping out a little bit because it's around all this other electronic crap. So don't worry about the compass itself. What I want you to look at is the box beneath the compass. And let's see if I can get this close enough. So here in this box, now this might not be able to focus on it, but this is showing you the various modes available on the satellite. So this is SO50, and I'm just going to, I'm going to try. SO50, yeah. So if you just swipe across, SO50 doesn't have a bunch of modes, so it's making things difficult. But in terms of finding the frequency, it's easy. So this is showing mode VU. So that's VHF, UHF, FM, voice, CTSS, 67 hertz. So it's telling you what the tone is in that top line. It's telling you what the uplink frequency is, and it's telling you what the downlink frequency is. So the way it displays that is, I'm going to try to see if I can, come on, focus, maybe. You might not be able to see that, but on the top, if you can read where it says uplink, it'll have a frequency, and then beneath that, it'll have an offset. Don't worry about the offset right now. That's showing the Doppler impact. Like right now, and this satellite is nowhere near me. I just picked it off the list. But the uplink frequency is 145,850. That's the center frequency. That's the, right, whenever I talk about it, you always hear me say the center frequency. And then the downlink frequency is 436,795. And that is the center frequency for the downlink. Now, remember, you only have to account for Doppler on 70 centimeters. It is not impactful enough on 2 meters to have to worry about it. So just set it for that center frequency on 2 meters and you're golden. The downlink on this satellite, which is 70 centimeters. Now that's not the case for all satellites, but for most of our satellites right now, it actually is the case. But that's where you're going to adjust Doppler. And what that is showing you, the adjustment, is actually showing you what the, if you were adjusting the Doppler by hand, if you didn't have presets in and you were actually adjusting the frequency very granularly by hand, you could follow that and it would tell you, like right now it's saying plus 5 kilohertz. So you would be 5 kilohertz higher than 436,795. So you can use ISS detector, pull up each satellite that you're interested in, and it'll tell you what the frequency is. Now, I'm going to go to ISS, which, oh, wow, this has got a pass. This has a pass in 36 seconds. Let's see. Hold on a second. Let me do something real quick. I'm going to see if we can hear the ISS on one of my radios here. Let's see. Can I do this fast enough? I've got to restring some coax here into my desk. All right. All right, let's see here. Let's see if I can get here quick enough. Let's see. All right, so let's see. ISS, I'm using, I don't have the satellite frequencies programmed into this one radio that I typically use just for local nets here. So oh my gosh, so many modes. Come on. Okay, let's see. Oh my gosh, good lordy. Wait, that's not right. Something's wrong here. Okay, let's get back here. That's crew. I'm going to see if we can at least hear this. And this is on a vertical. Actually, no. I just plugged in a J pole. So this is on a J pole. We're going to try to see if we can hear. And we're going to catch the second half, which would be fine. Okay, so let's see here. So downlink. Actually, so I don't know if you guys are able to hear that at all or not. Let me turn this down. Are you guys able to hear that? Is that coming over? Okay, good. The radio body is actually underneath my desk. Hey, Paul. How are you, man? All right, let's see here. Satellite's still behind my house. I ought to be able to pick it up here pretty soon. I'm going to be about 5 kilohertz lower. So I'm going to go ahead and make that Doppler adjustment right now. And wait for the satellite to come into my frequency. Took a nap and came back on. Attaboy. Let me see here. Let me catch up here. Let's see. Okay, Monday night, I think. We're like, oh, okay, cool. That's fun. I'm a little bit behind here. I'm getting caught up real quick. Love the rotating icon. Cool, thanks. Let's see. Okay, Jeffrey, yeah. Hopefully, just use ISS detector. One of the things, the question I was going to ask is it helpful? Would it be useful for me to put that information together for you folks and make it available? Another thing that you could do is you could take a look at my programming video for the 2730. I've got most of the satellites represented in that programming video. You can catch a lot of them. But if it would be helpful to put that together for folks, I could definitely do that. All right, let's see where we're at here. Okay. Oh, crap. Come on. All right, here we go. So let's see. Now, the other problem that we have is it is 1:30 in the morning here, and there just might not be anybody broadcast or anybody transmitting. Yeah, so I'm manually tracking the Doppler, and I should. Oh. So there's a little something there. Let's see here. How fast? Probably what I should have done if I would have been thinking is I would have just listened to the beacon so you guys could hear the beacon. But that's on a 2-meter frequency, not on a 70 centimeter frequency, which is what I was tuned to. Bummer. I was hoping we could hear some folks chatting, but, it's kind of late. I just don't think there's anybody using the voice repeater right now. I'm going to try just a little bit more. I still have a little bit of pass left. No, I don't hear anything. Well, that's a drag. Let me see if we've got something else that's let's see. That's 4-degree pass. That's no good. Nah. Nothing looks good. Nothing looks good for until like early or late morning, I guess, however you want to think about it. We gave it a try. All right, let's see here. KL5TY, Bill in Alaska. Hey, Bill. Thanks for joining, man. Are we going to start bringing in a new crew? That would be fun. Let's see here. We got Cooley still out there. Let's see. Were you asking me, Cooley? I was just listening. Heck, I was... that was a Ed Fong J-Pole that I was just listening on there. Let's see. Oh, were you able to hear some people on the ISS pass? Where are you at? Let's see. That pass, you're a 3 call. Are you Pennsylvania? WV3V? Let's see. That ISS pass was where? So that was west. That was a west to north pass. It was a it was like a 30-degree pass. So for where that J-pole's oriented, it wasn't a great pass. Las Vegas. Gotcha. Yeah, so that makes sense. I think I was just in a bad position on that J-pole to hear anything. But glad to hear you were able to get some contacts there. That's awesome. Awesome. DM26. WV3V. I don't think I've got you in my log. So you're using a vertical too. Yeah, I've got a Comet GP6 here as well. I was just scrambling to get something plugged in. I actually had my antenna disconnected because I was playing with that that 817. But so you're still in Japan, home tomorrow. Well, safe travels, Paul. Certainly. Oh, so we met Urban Ham Radio. Oh my gosh, let me think here. I feel bad. I'm trying to place you. So we met at the POTA event on Montesano. Maybe you can give me a little context of what our conversation was. That might jog my memory. Yeah. Paul, we got to get synced up, buddy, for your next trip. I gotta go. I'm gonna have to go knock on Frank's door. He's got something of mine that I'm after. I'm gonna have to chat with you about your next trip. Hi, Kurt. Welcome. Glad you could make it. Yeah, it was probably something about sats. It's all good. I was the one activating the 6-meter event. Oh, okay. I got you. I know exactly who you are now then. Very cool. Yeah, you were walking around with the HT, or you weren't the one walking around on the HT, I don't think. But yeah, I remember that. I got in on that. So actually, you probably were the one walking around. Yeah. Next trip is the 22nd. Hey, that's what's going on there, Paul? That's a month away, dude. You get to be home for a little bit. Good for you. That's almost like a vacation. Maybe it is a vacation. Nice. Good for you, man. Good for you. But yeah, let me get Jeffrey, if you're still out there, did I answer your question? Does that get you started? Just looking on ISS detector. Now the thing here I'll point out is, like, here's the ISS. And if we start looking at it, it's got so many different radios on there for so many different purposes, right? So you got to keep scrolling until you find the one that is, let me see what it's called. There are so many radios on that, and they list them all, and they list all the frequencies, and so many of them, you know, you can just listen to. But the one that you want to communicate through is listed as mode V/U FM voice repeater, has the CT/CSS code, and then the uplink and the downlink. So if you follow that same, if you look for that same panel on each of the satellites, that'll give you what you're looking for. That'll get you started. And like I said, check out that programming, the 2730 video. I've got the ISS in there with all of the memory settings that I use to account for Doppler on that. It's got SO50. It's got the tevels. It's got the old tevels, but the new tevels have the same frequencies. So that's all good. It also has some other satellites that are no longer with us, unfortunately, but it'll certainly get you started. I've got to redo that video. You're welcome, sir. I've got to redo that video and add in the host of new satellites that we've got. I've got lots of things I should do. I just need to find some time to get that done. Yeah, I'll bet there are lots working birds in Japan. Yeah, I'll do that. It'll be an update to the last programming video that I had. I think that is probably in order at this point. That's over a year old, so it's probably due an update. Very cool, Paul. Hey, Paul, I was curious. I know you were looking for your Jarl contact whenever you were on your live stream. If I recall right, you hadn't met him face to face to that point. I'm curious if you were able to track him down and if you were able to meet with him. Oh, so it'll be a YouTube video, Jeffrey. I mean, anything I make, I'm going to post on YouTube so everyone could take advantage of it. Heliax, I did not get my Heliax in yet. I actually had just ordered it, so it should be, I have to go pick it up. So I'm thinking probably, boy, I'd like to go get it next week. I should be able to go get it next week. And we're starting to see some weather cooperate so that I'll be able to get back to that project. I'm excited to get to it. If I didn't have to work today, I would have done something today. So all right, let's see what else we've got here. We still have some folks hanging out. What do we got? I can't believe that there's still a bunch of you guys hanging out. This is awesome. This is fun. 24. Oh, we're gaining people now. Look at that. It's crazy. So I think we might be picking up some West Coasters, maybe some other insomniacs. All insomniacs are welcome. For sure. Oh, you never found them. Asked 3 other people, but no joy. Gosh, they had so many tables and stuff there. It's too bad you weren't able to meet with them. I'm so looking forward to that for next year. Paul, I'm not sure if you've had a chance to get synced up in your Discord yet, but you have an invitation to a new channel out there on your Discord, in Jason's Discord. If you haven't seen it, I'm going out there right now. I'm just gonna check and see. Yeah, I don't see you out there yet, so maybe you haven't had a chance to look at it. Dustin, how you doing, Dustin? Welcome. Pre-gaming my all-nighters for work. Tomorrow night is Monday for me. Oh, gotcha. Well, welcome, and if you've got any questions that I can try to answer, I'm happy to try. That's what we're here for. We're just hanging out. I tell you, I don't know if you guys are energy drink folks, but this stuff is pretty potent. This is a new flavor for me, strawbango. So it's strawberry and mango. Pretty good stuff. I'm gonna have to get stocked up on these for these Friday night late shifts. I'm so glad that some of those little icons look to show up pretty well in the chat for the memberships. That's cool. That little satellite antenna looks pretty good. Well, I know it's a satellite. It's like a ground station satellite antenna. I know what it is, so I guess I know what it should look like. Hopefully that looks good for you guys as well. In case you're unable to see it, this is the same icon here. Okay, cool. So as folks stick in the membership over time, they gain different icons, and they gain access to different icons and stuff. So that's the first month icon right there. So that's cool. All right. Never got a notification for this one. Are you able to send out notifications on your email Leap service, Doodad? Yeah. So I sent out a newsletter today. That was a reminder for the stream. Did you receive that by chance? I sent that out. It was maybe around 12:30-ish, maybe. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let me see if I can find it. What time did this thing go out? Negative. So that's a negative. Let me just take a quick look here. Yeah, I've heard that YouTube isn't the best. Cooley got it. Good. Isn't the best in terms of notifications sometimes. So I sent out an email blast this afternoon, early afternoon, to hopefully catch folks that may not have received the official notification. Let's see here. I'm curious. So 54 people opened it, so it went out. Let me take a look and see if I can identify. Now, who knows if I'll be able to identify your email. You might check your spam just in case, too, to make sure it didn't get somehow delivered to spam. EOD, that might be the case. Let's see here. So if you didn't confirm, that may be it. I'm trying to see if I can identify your email address by looking at your YouTube address. I don't think I can. I don't think I see. You just did now. Okay, let's see here. Let me see if I can see. Well, I tell you what, if you want to shoot your email to me in Discord, if you're on Discord, yeah, I know, I'm pretty sure you're on Discord, or if you want to just email me, I think wait, we have emailed. Let me look and see if I've got it. I can make sure that it is in the mail system. Oh yeah, I should be able to. I should be able to find you. All right, let me see. I know what I'm looking for now. Let me see if you were there. Yeah, I can see you now. So I will send out another. I'll send out another email next week prior to the stream, and we'll see if it gets through. But I see your email address in the mail system here. So since you had not, I'm guessing, I don't know this for sure, but my guess is since you hadn't verified it, it probably didn't send it. Yeah, Cooley, 1:30-ish. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yep. Yeah, you bet. No problem. Yeah, I want people to get the message. Let me see. I might be able to. Let me try something. I am curious if. Yeah, that's interesting. So it looks like that's really interesting. So it looks like you had hit the sign up form a couple of times, but it's got to be just that you weren't confirmed. Just for the heck of it here. I'm going to see if I'm able. Can I send this to you? Just one person. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if I can. I'm sure I'm able to. I just got to figure out how to do it. It is 2 o'clock in the morning, and my powers of observation are not as keen as they were 4 hours ago, so I've got that going for me. I'll take a look after a little bit of sleep tomorrow and see if I can send that out to you, just to make sure that you're able to get it. So in addition to kind of some information about the stream tonight, I also sent out a list of a bunch of discount codes that you might be interested in, might be helpful. So I'll try to get that sent back out to you. If for some reason I'm unable to figure that out, just look for it next Friday. I'll send it out next Friday. Hopefully you'll get it then. All right. Let's see. All right, that's that. Well, guys, I don't know. You tell me. Did we hit the end of the line here? Or do we have any other topics we need to touch base on? Anything else? Did we solve all the world's problems? Let's see. So what? It's what, 4 o'clock for you, Paul? Is that about right? I'm thinking it's about 4 in the afternoon for you, somewhere around there. I'm thinking it's 14 hours time difference in Japan. I think that's what you taught us on your live stream. Paul may have fallen asleep. Well, not if it's 4 o'clock. He may have went to dinner or something. Oh my gosh, I was so jealous of all that delicious looking food at the Tokyo Ham Fair. So I watch this show every Sunday. It's called Trails to Tokyo. Trails to Tokyo Oishi. And it's all about food. Let's see. He's an hour behind me. So yes. Okay. Gotcha. So you got about, so it's 5 o'clock for you, huh? Let's see. Oh, gotcha. I missed that. Thanks. Yeah. So I'm a pretty adventurous eater. Well, I'm not like crazy eater. I'm not like the dude who's gonna go eat all the bugs and that nonsense. But for other foods, I'm pretty got it, EOD. For other things, I'm pretty adventurous. And I like spicy stuff, and I love all kinds of Japanese food. And they've got some interesting food. I so love to be able to go on a food exploration in Japan. All right. Well, gang, it feels like we're slowing down. Maybe this is a good point. Let's see, what time is it? It's 2 o'clock. So we did pretty good. Can't say that we didn't give her a good run. 5 hours. Ooh yeah. Well, hey, I know a lot of you guys were here for a long part of this stream, so thank you very much for hanging out with me. I truly did enjoy it. It was fun getting to chat. I'm hoping you all send me a little bit of feedback about what you enjoyed of the stream, what you'd like, what your, if you've got suggestions for the stream. I am truly, truly interested in those things. Like I said, I really want to make this a stream that really resonates with the community, that is something that the community is interested in, worth, find some value in watching each Friday. Yeah, you have a great night as well. Get some rest, Jeff, and the rest of you guys. And hey, I'm looking forward to next Friday. Hopefully I'll have a few more things worked out on the stream here, and that'll keep getting better. And yeah, we'll just keep having fun. So, but definitely, oh, good. Glad to hear it, Patrick. Please, guys, send me some feedback. I'd love to make sure this thing is exciting for you guys, and it's something you guys want to see each week. So appreciate all you guys, and we'll catch you next time. Until Friday, 7-3, guys.